Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hot and Badgered by Shelly Laurenston. Narrated by Traci Odom. Prologue. Charles Taylor didn't realize until that moment how fast life could flip on a man. One second he'd been listening to two crazy women he'd known for years try to talk him into taking over the pack from the young, arrogant wolf they all hated. The next second the doorbell rang, and everything changed. Forever. He'd opened the front door to the main pack house and found his 12-year-old granddaughter standing there with her two half-sisters. The other two weren't his granddaughters. His daughter had taken in the offspring of her worthless ex-boyfriend, because that's what she was like, his Carly. She'd taken those girls in and raised them like her own. Without question. Without resentment. And because it was the right thing to do, as far as Carly was concerned. So when Charles opened the front door and saw those three girls standing there, dirty, bruised, with that wounded look in their eyes, he knew. He knew his baby girl was gone. He knew it and was devastated by it. But what could he do? Do what his daughter would want. Take the three girls in. Raise them. Even the two who weren't only not his blood, but weren't even a tiny bit wolf. The middle one was full honey badger, like her idiot father and her criminal mother, who was doing hard time in a Bulgarian prison after a jewelry heist went bad. The second one was half honey badger and half tiger, and his packmates were not fans of cats. Not even a little. They didn't tolerate the house cats that roamed around their Wisconsin neighborhood. So what would they do to this little one with the big eyes and the stink of cat coming off her? The girls did have one thing in their favor, though. They were young. The oldest 12, the middle 11, and the baby not even 8 yet. When the two she-wolves saw the girls, they gasped and immediately ushered the children in, leading them to the living room he'd just escaped from. "What happened?" Lottie asked his granddaughter. "Where's your mama?" His granddaughter looked up at him, and again he saw the answer in her eyes. Just as he'd seen the answer when he'd opened the front door. "My daughter's dead," he said flatly, still trying to process exactly what that meant. Lottie and Jane went silent, hands stopping on the light coats the girls had worn to trek from Connecticut to Wisconsin to get to their mother's pack. In the middle of winter. Aghast, the two she-wolves looked up at him, then at each other. Let's get you girls something to eat," Jane stuttered. "You must be starving." Lottie stood and softly said to Charles, "We may have a problem, with two of them." "If I have to leave, I will." He thought of his daughter, of how she would have handled something like this. "I won't separate them." Lottie pressed her hand against Charles's chest. "I'll go talk to him." He nodded and crouched down in front of his granddaughter to help take off her coat, but before he had a chance, Lottie quickly returned. "He wants to talk to them, alone." Frowning, Charles looked at his old friend over his shoulder. "What?" She shrugged. "Forget it," he said. He wasn't putting his traumatized granddaughter and her sisters through that idiot's bullshit. "We'll talk to him," his granddaughter suddenly announced, sounding adult. She might look like a little girl, but she'd never actually been one. Carly used to say, "My girl was born 40." And seeing the determined look on the child's sweet face, Charles believed it. She stood and motioned to her sisters. "Where is he?" she asked a stunned Lottie. "In the back, the yard. We'll find him." While the middle girl held the youngest's hand, his granddaughter gently pushed the pair forward, and the three of them walked through the house alone. That's when Jane growled, "I don't like this." Neither did Charles. He didn't like it at all. Betsy sprawled on the high branches of the big tree in the pack's backyard and did her best to stay quiet. She came out here to be left alone. She was too old to hang around the other pups and too young to hang around the adults. And at 16, she was counting down the days until she would go off to college and get the fuck out of here. She loved her mom. She'd done the best she could for her only child. But Betsy had never fit in with the pack because she wasn't full wolf. She was half wolf, half black bear. Her father had been a one-night stand her mother had still not gotten over. But being a bear among wolves was challenging. While Betsy was growing up, things had at least been tolerable, until Billy Lewis had taken over as pack leader. Now Betsy was praying nothing came between her and the scholarships that would allow her to go to an out-of-state college and get into a new life. Until then, she'd sit in trees when she wasn't in school and hope that no one noticed her. Like Billy Lewis, sitting on one of the benches in the pack's backyard, looking over his domain like Richard III. But such a weak wolf wouldn't notice that Betsy was sitting in a tree watching him unless the wind suddenly changed and he scented her. She watched as the 3 little girls came into the backyard. According to what she'd heard when Lottie came to talk to Billy, their mother had been killed, and somehow those little kids had made it halfway across the country to the pack house. Remarkable, really. At that age, Betsy wouldn't have lasted 5 seconds without her mother. But these girls... Billy had insisted on a private chat with the pups, and that did not bode well. Billy didn't like what he called half-breeds, an insulting term from an insulting idiot. Sadly, Betsy had been forced to endure a private chat with Billy herself. It wasn't nearly as creepy as it sounded, but it was definitely cruel. He told her that come her 18th birthday, she was out, no matter what was going on in her life or her mother's. If her mother wasn't happy about it, she could go with her kid, but that would be up to Betsy. A horrifying thought, since Betsy knew how much her mother loved her pack. Leaving it, even for her only daughter, would be too harsh for her. Betsy would never ask that. So, after that private chat, she doubled up on her schoolwork, began taking AP courses, and planned on graduating when she was 17. Thankfully, she was smart enough to make that happen. But she didn't know anything about the little girls walking into the backyard to be left alone with Billy. She just knew her heart broke for them. Because no matter what their circumstances, yes, even the death of their mother, who'd been a former packmate and daughter of the pack's beta, it would mean nothing to Billy Lewis. Besides, this might be the chance he'd been waiting for, to get rid of Charles Taylor, an old-school wolf that the adults in the pack desperately wanted as alpha leader, whether Charles would take the job or not. Betsy knew, though, that Charles would never let his granddaughter go into the cruel system of foster homes and state-run lives. That was not the best world for any child, but definitely not for a shifter. And for a hybrid shifter, nightmares were made of how badly those situations could end. Still, to send the other 2 girls away simply because they weren't blood-related or wolves, could Billy really be that cruel? Who was she kidding? Of course he could be that cruel. The 3 girls stood in front of Billy now, and he smugly stared at them, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, his eyes heartless. If Betsy had thought she could sneak away without being seen, she would. She didn't want to watch this. "I hear you girls have had a bad time of it lately, huh?" The girls stared at him, but said nothing. But the middle one, she suddenly waved at him, as if in greeting. Surprisingly, and just downright annoying, Billy winked back and pointed his finger at the girl, a move he considered sexy. Yuck. He went on, "Look, I'm sorry to hear about Carly. I always liked her. A weird wolf, but fun, you know?" Of course they didn't know. They were kids. Idiot. Billy leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands in front of him, his sincere look. "I know this will be hard for you guys to understand, but you can stay," he told the oldest, an adorable brown-skinned girl with lots of curly hair and a pretty face. "But you 2 can't. I know," he continued, "I know this is hard to hear, but you might as well learn now how the real world works." Something told Betsy these girls already knew how the real world worked. While Billy blathered on, the middle girl sat her younger half-sister down on the bench beside Billy and abruptly walked off. She moved over to the bushes and flowers that had been planted around the yard wall, head down, like she was searching for something. And while she looked, Billy talked to Charles's granddaughter. Just like her grandfather, her face revealed nothing, It was blank, impassive. The middle sister, a very tiny Asian girl with black hair that had a white streak through it, picked something up and returned to her sister's side. Together they gazed at Billy until he noticed that the middle girl was holding something in her hand. His smirk turned into a full-blown smile. Betsy had never met someone who enjoyed bringing out the worst in everyone like Billy did. Even desperate children who just lost their mother. "Is that for me, sweetheart? You going to hit the big bad wolf with that little rock?" He leaned in and his voice became so hard, harder than Betsy had ever heard it. "You swing that thing at me, little girl, and you'll be on the first bus to the closest foster agency. Maybe after a few years you'll meet up with your loser mom in prison. You can have a mother-daughter reunion behind bars." If Billy was hoping to make the little girl cry, he failed. She didn't cry. She just slowly blinked and kept staring at him. Then, without a word between them, the two oldest girls faced each other. Charles's granddaughter nodded once, and the middle girl pulled her arm back, and with some mighty force for a kid, she swung her fist with the rock in it. Knuckles made contact, and Betsy blinked in shock when she heard something break in the oldest girl's face just before she hit the ground. The youngest glanced up at the sound, but her expression was passive as well. Billy, on the other hand, reared back in shock. "What in holy—" While he was busy trying to figure out what was going on, the middle girl grabbed his left hand, and now Betsy understood the weirdly timed wave earlier, and placed it on the bench. She raised the rock and brought it down hard, onto Billy's knuckles. Billy howled in pain as the middle girl tossed the rock across the yard. Then, as if some silent cue had been given, she and the youngest burst into copious, dramatic tears, the kind of sobbing that would get the attention of any she-wolf in a 20-mile radius. All the adults at home appeared in the backyard. And what did they see? Two little girls sobbing hysterically. Another little girl nursing her bleeding, broken cheek while bravely attempting to hold back tears, and Billy, with busted knuckles. The middle girl's knuckles were also bruised and bloody, but she held her baby sister close and had her hand curled into a fist and pressed against the child's side, ensuring that none of the adults could see it. Charles moved through the adults until he stood front and center. Betsy had never seen the older wolf like that. He'd always been the calm one, the rational one. He was the great peacemaker of the pack, making sure the small group didn't get into any fights they couldn't possibly win against packs bigger and meaner. But now, Charles was beyond angry. His brown eyes narrow, his breathing heavy, his entire body stiff, a slight tremor running through him every few seconds, and all while he gazed down at Billy. Searching the crowd and seeing no friends, Billy shook his head and raised his hands, palms out. "Wait a second, it wasn't me." But with his hands raised like that, all anyone could see was the blood dripping between his fingers and slowly pouring down his wrist. Desperate, Billy pointed at the middle girl. "It was her!" As one, the adults all looked at the little Asian girl holding onto her baby sister. And for a split second, Betsy saw the middle girl's face harden in a way that was a little too adult for a kid so young. The adults never saw it, though, because the youngest girl placed her sobbing face right in front of her sister's. Done on purpose? Betsy wouldn't have thought so. She seemed too young. But after everything that had happened, "It was!" Billy insisted. "It was her. I would never hit a kid. I wouldn't." With a nasty snarl from the back of his throat, Charles reached down, grabbed Billy by his leather jacket, and yanked him off the bench. The adults dragged Billy out, leaving the girls alone. The oldest pulled the youngest girl onto her lap, her arms loose around her waist. The middle girl moved closer, finally resting her head against her sister's arm. For a brief moment, the girls looked their age, but they also looked weathered. Life had been hard on them already, and the oldest didn't even look 13 yet. Charles returned to the backyard. He was scowling, and now there was blood on him. He walked up to the girls and glowered down at them as was his way. Betsy was sure he had no idea how he must look to people who didn't know what was going on in his head. But the three sisters gazed back at him without flinching. Sighing, he started to turn away, and Betsy knew he was trying to figure out what to do next. What to do about the two girls who were not his blood, not related to him in any way except that his daughter had made them her own. But before he could walk away, the youngest girl reached out and gripped his forefinger with her hand, small fingers squeezing tight. And like that, Charles suddenly had 3 granddaughters instead of 1. He reached down and picked up the youngest in his arms. "Let's get you a room and something to eat," he suggested, although it sounded like the orders from a drill sergeant. The eldest grabbed her grandfather's forearm, and the middle girl, not as tall as her elder sister yet, grabbed the chain that attached his wallet to his jeans. Together, in silence, they headed back to the house. Betsy waited a few minutes before she crept down the tree trunk and shifted back to human. She put on her clothes and went around the side of the house so she could enter through the front door. As she came around the garage, the middle girl was waiting for her, and Betsy knew she was waiting for her. Betsy froze in mid-step, gazing down at the kid with her mouth slightly open. The kid stared up at her for what felt like forever, and then, with a little smile, she placed her forefinger against her lips and said, "Shh." Without another word, she turned and walked away, and Betsy wondered if it was possible for her to take some more AP classes so she could get into college even earlier than she'd planned, like maybe next week. Chapter 1. 16 years later. What had she been thinking, using the Ride of the Valkyries as a ringtone? Because that shit waking a person up at 6 in the morning was just cruel, really cruel. And, as always, she'd done it to herself, foregoing her anxiety meds so she could get drunk with a couple of cute Italian guys that she dumped as soon as the first one's head hit the table. Charlie Taylor-MacKilligan slapped her hand against the bedside table next to the bed, blindly searching for her damn phone. When she touched it, she was relieved. She had no plan to actually get out of bed any time soon, not as hungover as she currently was, but she really wanted that damn ringtone to stop. Somehow, without even lifting her head from the pillow she had her face buried in, or opening her eyes, Charlie managed to touch the right thing on her phone screen so that she actually answered it. "What?" she growled. "Get out," was the reply. "Get out now." Hangover forgotten, Charlie was halfway across the room when they kicked the door open. She turned and ran toward the sliding glass door she'd left open the night before. She just made it to the balcony outside when something hot rammed into her shoulder, tearing past flesh and muscle and burrowing into bone. The power of it sent her flipping head first over the railing. "What do you think?" the jackal shifter asked. Sitting in a club chair in his Milan, Italy hotel suite, Berg Dunn gazed at the man holding up a black jacket. "What do I think about what?" Berg asked. "The jacket, for my show tonight." Berg shrugged. "I don't know. You must have an opinion." "I don't. I happily have no opinion on what a grown man who is not me should wear." The jackal sighed. "You're useless. I have one job, keeping your crazed fans from tracking you down and stripping the flesh from your bones. That's it. That's all I'm supposed to do. I at no time said that I would ever help you with your fashion sense." Rolling his eyes, the jackal laid the jacket on the bed and then stared at it, like he expected it to tell him something, to actually speak to him. Berg wanted to complain about this ridiculous job, but how could he when it was the best one he'd had in years? Following a very rich, very polite jackal around so that he could play piano for screaming fans in foreign countries was the coolest gig ever. First-class everything. Jets, food, women. Not that Berg took advantage of the women thing too often. He knew most were just trying to use him to get to Cooper Jean-Louis Parker. Coop was the one out there every night, banging away at those Steinway pianos, doing things with his fingers that even Berg found fascinating, and wooing all those lovely females with his handsome jackal looks. Berg was just the guy to get through so they could get to the musical genius. And unlike some of his friends, being used by beautiful women wasn't one of his favorite things. It was a tolerable thing, but not his favorite. "I can't decide," the jackal finally admitted. "I know how hard it is to pick between one black jacket and another black jacket. Which will your black turtleneck go with?" "It's not just another black jacket, peasant. It's the difference between pure black and charcoal black." "We have a train to catch," Berg reminded Coop. "So could you speed this?" Both shifters jumped, their gazes locked on the balcony outside the room, visible through doors open to let the fresh morning air in. Another crazed female fan trying to make her way into Coop's room? Some of these women, all of them full humans, were willing to try any type of craziness for just a chance at ending up in the maestro's bed. With a sigh, Berg pushed himself out of the chair and headed across the large room toward the sliding glass doors. It looked like he'd have to break another poor woman's heart. But he stopped when he saw her, a brown-skinned woman, completely naked, which, in and of itself, was not unusual. The women who tried to sneak into Coop's room, no matter the country they might be in, were often naked. What stopped Berg in his tracks was that this woman had blood coming from her shoulder. The blood from a gun wound. Berg motioned Coop back. "Get in the bathroom," he ordered. "Oh, come on, I want to see what's—" "I don't care what you want. Get in the—" The men stopped arguing when they saw him. A man in black military tactical gear, armed with a rifle, handgun, and several blades. He zipped down a line and landed on the railing of their balcony. Berg placed his hand on the gun holstered at his side and stepped in front of Coop. "Get in the bathroom, Coop," he ordered, his voice low. "We have to help her. Do what I tell you and I will." The man in black dropped onto the balcony and grabbed the unconscious woman by her arm, rolling her limp body over. "Now, Coop, go." Berg moved forward with his weapon drawn from its holster. The man pulled his sidearm and pressed the barrel against the woman's head. Berg aimed his .45 and barked, "Hey!" The man looked up, bringing his gun with him. Gazes locked, fingers resting on triggers, each man sizing the other up. And that was when the woman moved. Fast. So fast Berg knew she wasn't completely human, which immediately changed everything. The woman grabbed her attacker's gun hand by the wrist and held it to the side so he couldn't finish the job on her. She used her free hand to pummel the man's face repeatedly. Blood poured down his lips from his shattered nose, his eyes now dazed. Still holding the man's wrist, she got to her feet. She was tall, maybe 5'10" or 5'11", with broad, powerful shoulders and arms and especially legs, like a much too tall gymnast. She gripped her attacker by the throat with one hand and, without much effort, lifted him up and over the balcony railing. She released him then and unleashed the biggest claws Berg had ever seen from her right hand. Turning away from the attacker, she swiped at the zip line that held him aloft, and Berg cringed a little at the man's desperate screams as he fell to the ground below. That's when she saw Berg. Her claws, coming from surprisingly small hands, were still unsheathed. Her gaze narrowed on him, and her shoulders hunched just a bit. She was readying herself for an attack. To kill the man who could out her as a shifter, he guessed, not having had time to process that he was one too. Plus, he had a gun, which wouldn't help his cause any. "It's okay," Berg said quickly, reholstering his weapon. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." "Yeah," Coop said from behind him. "We just want to help." Berg let out a frustrated breath. "I thought I told you to get into the bathroom. I wanted to see what's going on." Coop moved to Berg's side. "We're shifters too," he said, using that goddamn charming smile, like this was the time for any of that. But this woman rolled her eyes in silent exasperation and came fully into the room. She walked right by Berg and Coop and to the bedroom door. "Wait," Berg called out. When she turned to face him, one brow raised in question, he reminded her, "You're naked." He went to his already packed travel bag and pulled out a black t-shirt. "Here," he said, handing it to her. She pulled the shirt on, and he saw that he'd given her one of his favorite band shirts from a Fishbone concert he'd seen years ago with his parents and siblings. "Your shoulder," Berg prompted, deciding not to obsess over the shirt, especially when she looked so cute in it. She shook her head at his prompt and again started toward the door, but a crash from the suite living room had Berg grabbing the woman's arm with one hand and shoving Coop across the bedroom and into the bathroom with the other. Berg faced the intruder, pulling the woman in behind his body. 2 gunshots hit Berg in the lower chest. The man had pulled the trigger without actually seeing all of Berg, but expecting a more normal-sized human, which meant a few things to Berg: that he was dealing with a full human, an expertly trained full human, an ex-soldier probably, an ex-soldier with a kill order. Because if he'd been trying to kidnap the woman, he would have made damn sure he knew who or what was on the other end before he pulled that trigger. But he didn't know. He didn't check because he didn't care. Everyone in the room had to die. And knowing that, understanding that, did nothing but piss Berg off. Who just ran around trying to kill a naked, unarmed woman, his analytical side wanted to know. The grizzly part of him, though, didn't care about any of that. All it knew was that it had been shot. And shooting a grizzly but not killing it immediately, always an exceptionally bad move. The snarl snaked out of Berg's throat, and the muscles between his shoulders grew into a healthy grizzly hump. He barely managed to keep from shifting completely, but his grizzly bear rage exploded and his roar rattled the windows. The bathroom door behind him slammed shut, the jackal having the sense to now go into hiding. The intruder quickly backed up, knowing something wasn't right, but not fully understanding, which was why he didn't run. He should have run. With a step, Berg was right in front of him, grabbing the gun from his hand and spinning the man around so that he had him by the throat. He did this because 2 more men in tactical gear were coming into the suite through the front door they'd taken down moments before. Using the man's weapon, Berg shot each man twice in the chest. They both had on body armor, so he wasn't worried he'd killed them. With both attackers down, Berg refocused on the man he held captive. He spun him around because he wanted to ask him a few questions about what the hell was going on. He was calmer now. He could be rational. But when the man again faced him, Berg felt a little twinge in his side. He slowly looked down and found a combat blade sticking out. First he'd been shot, now stabbed. His grisly rage soared once again, and as the intruder, quickly recognizing his error, attempted to fight his way out of Berg's grasp, desperately begging for his life, Berg grabbed each side of his attacker's face and squeezed with both hands, until the man's head popped like a zit. It was the blood and bone hitting him in the face that snapped Berg back into the moment, and he gazed down at his brain-covered hands. "Oh, shit," he muttered. "Shit, shit, shit." The other intruders, ignoring the pain from the shots, scrambled up and out of the suite, as far away from Berg as they could get. Someone touched his arm, and he half turned to see the woman. She raised her hands and rewarded him with a soft smile. That's when he calmed down. "Shit," he said again, holding out his hands to her. She stepped close, held his wrists, studied the blade still sticking out of his side. She then examined the wounds in his chest. Unlike the intruders, he hadn't been wearing body armor. The bullets had hit him, had entered his body, but he was grizzly. Even as a human, you had to bring bigger weapons if you wanted to take down one of his kind with 1 or 2 shots. Berg knew, just watching her, that she was going to help him. She was going to try. But she was in more danger than he was, and she needed to get out of here. "Go," he told her, and she frowned. "Seriously, go." He pulled away from her, went to his travel bag, paused to wipe the blood off his hands on a nearby towel, and took out a .45 Ruger, handing it to her. "Take this." Her eyes narrowed again as she stared up at him. "I get the feeling you need it more than me," he pushed. "Just go." She took the weapon, dropped the magazine, cleared the gun with one hand before shoving the loaded mag back in and putting around in the chamber. Yeah, the woman knew how to handle his .45, maybe better than he did. She pressed her free hand against his forearm and, with a nod, slipped out the door and out of the suite. "Can I come out now?" Coop asked from the bathroom. But before Berg could tell him no, the jackal was already standing behind him. "Well," Coop said, "that was interesting." "You could say that. You're bleeding." "Yes, and please stop playing with the knife." Coop pulled his hand away from the blade handle and attempted to look contrite. "Sorry. Does it hurt?" Berg frowned at him, and Coop nodded. "I'll take that glare as a yes. Maybe I should call the front desk." He started toward the phone on the side table by the bed. "Think we'll make our train?" the jackal asked. Slowly, Berg faced Coop and noted, "You're not used to real life, are you?" "Not really. Why?" "This is going to be big." When Coop's head tipped to the side like a confused schnauzer, he added, "The hotel room of some big-time penis was just violently invaded." "It's pianist." "Yeah, I said that." No, he hadn't. "Anyway, we'll have to get our story straight, and we should leave out the girl." "Oh." Coop thought a moment, the receiver held loosely in his hand. Finally, he said, "I'll call my sister first." "Why? If anyone can manage this, it's Tony." Coop winced. "But she's going to be annoyed at you for, letting this happen." "You're alive, aren't you?" "Yes, and I'm quite grateful. And I don't hold you responsible for this at all. But my sister, she won't be as open-minded. You should prepare for that." "I'm sure I can handle a she-jackal." Using his cell phone to call his sister, Coop chuckled. "Yeah, sure you can." Staring at the open bedroom door, Berg asked, "Think I'll ever see her again?" "The girl that was never here?" Coop asked. He shrugged while waiting for someone to answer on the other end of the phone. "If you keep an eye on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, sure. Because let's face it, that's a woman who seems to have trouble following her around like a needy puppy." Charlie avoided the elevator and found the stairs. She ran down until she reached the parking lot. She eased the door open, keeping the friendly giant's gun in her hand. She peeked around the door, didn't see anyone, so she ran toward the exit. She dodged around the expensive cars, staying low and moving fast. She dashed past a car valet and out of the lot. Charlie moved down the street, cutting around the surprising number of people who were up this early. She just reached the corner when a man in a black tactical outfit and body armor stepped in front of her. They both raised their weapons at the same time, Charlie already pulling the trigger, when a Lamborghini jumped the curb and rammed into the man. Both weapons missed their marks, but now her attacker was pinned to the ground, screaming in agony as the passenger window lowered and Charlie heard the familiar and shockingly casual, considering the circumstances, "Hey, shithead!" The petite Asian woman with the short pixie haircut dyed blue grinned at her. They were sisters, but one would never know it by looking at them. Max MacKilligan asked, "Miss me? Can you just drive?" Charlie got into the passenger seat. "But be careful. You still have humans stuck to the grill." "I should let him shoot you? What kind of sister would I be?" "One I don't have to visit in an Italian prison." Chuckling, Max put the car in reverse, and Charlie worked hard to ignore the short-lived begging and 2 long crunching sounds coming from under the car as she pulled out. Charlie knew her sister was taking her time driving back over the gunman. Max Kill-It-Again MacKilligan was known for being vengeful. Once they were on the road and cutting through early morning Milan traffic, Max pointed down. "Check by your feet." Charlie did and found a small case. She opened it and let out a relieved sigh. "Thank you," she said, putting the eyeglasses on. Suddenly she could see again. She hadn't had time to grab her regular pair off the bedside table before she had to make a run for it, and she hadn't gotten her contact prescription refilled in a few months. She kept forgetting. So for the last 15 minutes, everything had been one blurry mess. Even the helpful giant was just a big blurry spot. She'd have had to get close to his face to identify him, but he had sounded cute, and so nice. "Better?" Maxie asked. "Much. I can now see who's trying to kill me." She looked at Max and immediately cringed at the sight. "Oh, wow! They really beat the shit out of you." "Excuse me?" Max replied, indignant. "These lacerations and bruises are not because of the men who came to kill me. With my usual aplomb, I have dealt with those scumbags." "Uh-huh. Then what did happen?" "Why do we have to discuss that? Our lives are in danger." Charlie gazed at her sister for a few moments before guessing, "Squirrels again?" "They started it." "It's nice to see that nothing has really changed since we last saw each other." Charlie glanced out the window, but she had to look away. Her sister was moving so fast that it was kind of making her nauseous. "What about Stevie?" "I'm waiting to hear back from her boss." "Her boss?" "She's not answering her cell, and her assistants have no idea where she is." "Is she still in Switzerland?" Max shrugged. "Maybe." "And stop glaring at me." "How hard is it to keep an eye on one woman?" "I take 6 months, and you take 6 months. That was our agreement." "Why is she still our responsibility?" "Because she's our sister and we love her, and if we don't watch out for her, she will get involved with the wrong people and destroy the world." "Is that what you want?" "You always ask me that question, and you're always disappointed with my answer." Charlie sighed. "Well, we need to find her. I know. She's in as much danger as we are. I know. They sent trained military after us. I know. And I know this car is stolen." "Of course it's stolen." "Well, that seems like kind of a problem since we have cops behind us." "Buckle up." "Oh, God." Charlie put on the seatbelt. "We're going to die before we even get to her." "Stop whining. You know how hard we are to kill." "Hard to kill doesn't mean we can't lose body parts in tragic car accidents, and we can't exactly save our little sister if we're both in prison. And legless." "What is your obsession with losing your legs?" "It could happen." Max downshifted and swerved around a truck, making a turn, barely missing the front end. "I don't understand why you insist on worrying about something that may or may not happen," Maxie noted casually as a group of nuns dove out of her way, their panicked screams horrifying Charlie. "If you lose your legs, I'll get you a wheelchair with a Ferrari motor that goes from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. Wouldn't that be great?" Hands pressed against the dashboard, Charlie admitted, "I'd rather have my legs still attached to my body." "That's such a narrow view. What about bionic legs?" "School children," Charlie warned. "Bionic legs would be so cool." "School children!" "I see them. Calm yourself." The car stopped, somehow, and Max patiently waited for the children and their teachers to get across the street. Out of nowhere, she began to whistle H.R. Puffinstuff. Charlie had no idea why, but she blamed her mother. She loved that crap and made them all watch it in reruns when they were too young to put up a fight. Once the children were safely out of the way, Maxie hit the gas and roared down the street, still whistling. "We need a new car," Charlie told her sister when the cops caught up with them again. "What's wrong with this one?" "A lot." Maxie's phone rang, and she insisted on taking one hand off the wheel to answer it. "Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir." She disconnected the call and glanced at Charlie. "What?" Charlie pushed when her sister didn't say anything. "She needed a break." "A break? She needed a break? What does that mean?" "You know what that means, Charlie." "I do?" Charlie thought a moment, then rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on. Again?" "You know how she is. But hey, at least she's still in Switzerland. We'll get there in no time." "But it's a mental hospital, not a resort." To her, all mental hospitals are resorts. Besides, it could be worse, Max said happily. This could all be so much worse. Charlie shook her head. Dude, I seriously don't know how. Chapter 2. The black Mercedes-Benz AMG G63 SUV stopped in front of the mental health and rehab clinic. Usually, it was only the wealthiest of European royalty who came to this place. Most Americans didn't even know it existed. But Charlie's baby sister had a gift. She could track down high-end mental institutions anywhere in the world. They all seemed to have spa-like amenities, 5-star chefs making the meals, and group therapy, something her sister truly seemed to enjoy. The first one Stevie Stashuk-MacKilligan had ever checked herself into was somewhere in Malibu and cost $1,000 a day. She never paid a cent, though. The lab she interned for took care of that, which could explain why no one bothered to question why a 14-year-old girl, at the time, was checking herself into a Malibu mental health clinic without a parent or guardian in sight. And what did these brilliant and pricey psychologists discover about Stevie over the years? Exactly what Charlie already knew, that her sister was a high-strung prodigy who suffered bouts of extreme panic like any abandoned child would. Stevie's mother, a Siberian she-tiger from a very wealthy family, had shown up at Carly Taylor's door one day, asking for Carly to babysit 5-year-old Stevie for a few hours. Charlie's mom, a she-wolf who never really learned how to say no to anyone but Charlie's grandfather, agreed. After 3 days, she told Charlie, and Max said, "It looks like your little sister is staying. Isn't that great?" At the time, Charlie didn't think so. It was bad enough they already had one of their father's casts-off to take care of in the first place. Now they had 2. But that first situation had made more sense, because Max's mother was doing hard time in a Bulgarian prison for armed robbery. She couldn't take care of her kid. But the she-tiger? She just walked away. From her own daughter. Of course, Stevie didn't let any of that bother her. In her mind, she had so many other things to worry about in the universe that her mother's desertion didn't rate as important enough for her to hold a grudge. So Charlie did it for her. She was very good at grudge-holding. Just ask her idiot father. Charlie met up with her sister at the front of the SUV. "All right," Charlie began. "You know the drill." Max nodded and flatly replied, "Go in, kill everybody, get Stevie out." Charlie briefly closed her eyes, took a moment to breathe and try to relax her shoulders. When she felt she wouldn't yell, she said, "That is not the drill." "It could be." "Could be, but isn't. The drill is we go in, I do all the talking, you don't pick on Stevie." "She's too sensitive." "But because you already know that, you're not going to pick on her." Max smiled. "What if I really want to?" "Then I'll let her take your eye out this time, and you'll wear an eye patch, and we'll call you One-Eye McGee." Laughing, Max headed toward the front doors, Charlie right behind her. When they stepped inside, both of them glanced at each other. Their sister really did have a knack when it came to finding beautiful places for the mentally ill. There was so much white marble and beautiful white furniture. Stunning and expensive oriental rugs were laid out in front of white couches. White marble coffee and end tables rested on top of them. Floor-to-ceiling windows displayed the remarkable beauty of the Swiss countryside that surrounded the entire building. "You have got to be kidding," Max muttered, staring up at the cathedral-like ceilings. "I think I'm feeling mentally ill because I could really use some Valium and a massage." "Stop it." Charlie grabbed Max's arm and pulled her to the desk, which was not white, but clear glass, and perfectly clean. The stunning woman sitting on the other side in a white button-down shirt and tight white skirt smiled, revealing perfect white teeth. "Hallo, sprechen Sie English?" Charlie asked. "Yes," she immediately replied. "May I help you?" "I'd like to see my sister, Stevie MacKilligan." "Please have a seat. I'll contact her doctor." "Thank you." Charlie walked over to the couch. but it was so white that she was worried about putting her less-than-clean body on it. Max had an extra pair of jeans and bright red keds in Charlie's size. They always had backup clothes for each other, so she wasn't walking around in only a t-shirt. But Charlie hadn't had time for a shower, just a quick stop at a gas station to wash the blood off and let Max bandage up her shoulder so the bullet wounds could heal without a mess. And as for Charlie, nothing would be more humiliating than getting up from that bright white couch and leaving an unfortunate stain behind. But Max didn't seem to have those issues, turning and dropping on the couch like she owned it. Of course, Max didn't worry about much, which worried Charlie. She knew her sister could be reckless when it wasn't necessary. Max did, however, always manage to find a way to wiggle out of whatever situation she'd gotten herself into. And if she couldn't wiggle free, she would attack head-on without stopping. It was the honey badger way. Max pulled a baggie of honey-covered peanuts from the back pocket of her jeans and began munching, wiping her hands on the white couch after each handful she put in her mouth. "Dude." Max looked up. "What?" "You're being sloppy." "So?" She gave that lovely but still off-putting smile. "We don't have to clean it up." "Dude." Rolling her eyes, Max pushed the nearly empty baggie back into her jeans and brushed both hands against each other. She motioned to a spot behind Charlie, and Charlie turned to see a man walking toward them. He wore a white coat and held a clipboard. He also had on a gold Rolex and Gucci leather shoes. The doctor had expensive taste. Smiling, Charlie immediately put out her hand for a shake. "Ladies," the doctor greeted, grasping Charlie's hand. He went for Max's, but Max just stared until he pulled his hand back. She didn't even bother getting up from the couch. "Do you speak English?" Charlie asked. "Of course," the doctor replied. "I am Dr. Gärtner. I am the director here. Come, let's talk in my office." He led them down the wide hallway, which looked out over the front of the building through more of those big, grand windows. "Your center is beautiful," Charlie noted as they walked. "Ah, danke. Thank you, I mean. We are very proud." He ushered them into a big office with white leather chairs and couches, and even more glass windows revealing more amazing views. No wonder her sister had come here for a break. It was way better than any spa Charlie had ever been to before. "Please, sit," he offered with a smile. Charlie immediately noted that except for a lamp, blotter, and phone, the man had nothing else on his desk. Maxie plopped into a chair, her legs swinging up, about to land on the man's glass desk before Charlie punched them back down. With a warning glare at her grinning sibling, she sat down on the very edge of her chair and realized she should have left Max out in the car. "Now, how can I help you, ladies?" "We'd like to see our sister, please." "Ah, our dear Fräulein MacKilligan." "Dr. MacKilligan," Charlie corrected out of habit. And when Max raised an eyebrow at her, she reminded her sister she worked hard for those PhDs. "True, true," Gärtner said, still smiling. "She is one of our favorite patients here. She is so helpful during our group sessions." Max snorted, but Charlie quickly leaned forward to keep the doctor's attention. "I'm so glad she's here and getting the help she needs, Dr. Gärtner, but we'd really love to see her for a few minutes." "I'm sure we can arrange something in a few weeks. Right now it is too early in the process for family meetings. You understand?" Before Charlie could explain that "no, I do not understand," in the politest way possible, Max slammed her fist on the expensive-looking glass desk and announced, "Motherfucker, we want to see our sister now." "Max!" Charlie barked, locking gazes with her sibling. "Could you let me handle this, hon?" "Thanks." Charlie turned back to the doctor, gave a helpless shrug. "So sorry. We've been under a lot of stress and—" "I'm sure. But you understand that that's part of the problem, is it not?" Charlie shook her head. "What do you mean?" "Fräulein MacKilligan, doctor, can't afford this kind of outside stress you and your sister bring. We are leaning toward a breakthrough. But you two—" Blinking, Charlie asked, "You're saying that we and she motioned between her and Max with her forefinger, are the cause of Stevie's problems? Is that what you're telling us? Your sister loves you, Dr. Gärtner insisted. But you both are, and I'm sorry for being so blunt, terrible for her. Max sucked her tongue against her teeth and looked at Charlie. Now can I hit him? No. Not that Charlie wasn't tempted to unleash Max on the good doctor, but as much as this place might look like a spa, it wasn't. It was a mental hospital, with large orderlies. Charlie tried again. I understand your concerns, Doctor. I really do. But if I could just get 3 minutes alone with my sister, I would absolutely— Nein, the doctor said flatly, although with a smug smile on his face that Charlie desperately wanted to slap off. The doctor stood. But I will tell her that you were here when I think the time is right, and we will plan on a controlled meeting between you three. Very soon. Charlie started to go across the desk just so she could tear the good doctor's nose off, but she didn't have a chance. She was too busy grabbing hold of Max and yanking her back before the Badger could clear the glass and wrap herself around Gärtner's body like a python. Charlie stood, bringing Max along, her grip tight on the tough flesh of her sister's back. Well, Charlie said, dragging her snarling sister along, we look forward to hearing from you, Doctor. I'm sure you have my number on file. Of course. Charlie walked toward the glass door and opened it. She pushed her sister out and hissed in warning when Max turned to go back into the doctor's office. As they headed toward the front of the building, Charlie glanced back and saw that several orderlies were following behind them, making sure they left the building without a fuss. Once outside, the orderlies stood in front of the doors, preventing the sisters from re-entering. Charlie and Max stopped by the SUV's passenger side and faced each other. Now can I go in and kill everybody? Max asked. No. You and your half-canine morals. It does nothing but get in the way. I know you're working hard to be a sociopath, but stop it. Sociopath is in the eye of the forensic psychologist working for the prosecution? Berg was eventually sent to the local hospital to get his wounds checked out, but the local cops made it clear that they didn't like what Berg and Coop were trying to sell. The investigators knew the pair were hiding something. They just weren't sure what exactly. It helped, though, that Coop wasn't just Coop, but Cooper Jean-Louis Parker, master musician and former child prodigy. The Italian authorities could only push so hard, especially since they were already dealing with the repercussions of being the city where Jean-Louis Parker had been attacked. Every news service, even in the United States, was reporting on the attack and what happened to the much-beloved American maestro. The first doctor that came into the exam room had been full human, and after looking over Berg's wounds had abruptly left. A few minutes later, a female doctor came in. She was older, with unbelievably long legs and a strong, lean body. A cheetah. Her nose twitched once, and she smirked at Berg. "You worried my associate," she said in charmingly accented English. "He thought you must be on steroids to be so big. Then he saw that you were already healing." She washed her hands, dried them, and put on gloves. "He wanted to run many tests, check you in for the night. I told him that would not be necessary." She grinned, fangs briefly extending. "I am his boss, so he has to listen to me. He hates that, but for some reason," she added with a shrug, "I seem to scare him." She leaned over and examined the wound in his side, her fingers pushing against the flesh. It hurt like a bitch, but he wasn't about to admit that to a cat. "This is already healing. No point in doing more." She straightened and looked closely at the gunshot wounds on his chest. "These are already healing, too, but I will need to open them up to get the bullets out. We don't want the skin healing over those. That could lead to infection and fever." She pressed her wrist against his forehead. "Good. You do not have a fever so far. I will make this quick. You don't need to go under, do you? Before I do this?" A local would be, "Ow! Do not be big baby cub," she ordered while she began digging in his flesh with sterilized metal instruments. Berg was gritting his teeth as she worked, waiting for this to be over, when the exam room door flew open. "What are you doing to my brother?" a female version of himself demanded. "I could hear him whimpering outside." "Helping his big dumb bare ass," the doctor replied before she glanced back and up. Her hands froze, and a small growl came from the back of her throat. "This is my sister, Britta," Berg explained, knowing his sister's size alone was making the cheetah nervous. Female grizzlies were the most feared among the shifters. Not only were they psychotically protective of those they considered family, blood or otherwise, they were, like the males, easily startled. One wrong move could lose a shifter an arm, or a whole head. "And my sister is going to be calm now. Calm because I'm fine." The doctor seemed to accept that until a male mirror image of Berg also walked into the room and, after slamming the door, glared around without saying a word. Berg sighed. "And that's my brother, Dag. We're triplets." "Your poor mother." The doctor motioned to the far side of the room. "You two, over there." Britta angrily snapped. "You don't order me around." "Britta, please," Berg nearly begged. "Instruments digging into my chest. Think about that a moment before you say anything else." With a nod, Britta immediately moved to the corner of the room, but Dag, oblivious as always, leaned in and watched the doctor trying to dig out that bullet. Berg knew his brother was just curious. He'd always been fascinated by medical procedures. But that didn't mean the cheetah would understand. In fact, she was starting to sweat a little, and the room was cool. But before Berg could warn his brother off with a growl, Britta came back and grabbed Dag's arm, yanking him over to the corner. Could a cheetah take out 3 bears? With thumbs, access to lethal surgical supplies, medical training, and blinding speed, there was a definite chance. And why risk it when she was, in her own cat-like way, trying to help? "You know what's happening right now, don't you?" Britta asked from the corner. "Coop's sister is getting a private jet to come over here." "Coop said that might happen." "Don't worry, I'll handle her," Britta promised. She suddenly pointed at Berg. "When the cat is done, I have name Big Bottom Bear. You and Dag will need to get Coop to Rome, then back to the States." "Coop's still doing that concert?" "There are some people you don't cancel on. The Pope is definitely one of them. But the remainder of the shows are going to have to be canceled." Berg cringed, and not just from pain. "That's not good." "It's not that bad. There are only 2 more after Vatican City," Britta reminded him. "Yeah," Berg sighed, "but those 2 shows are in Russia. Those Kamchatka bears are gonna bitch if we cancel. They do love their Jean-Louis Parker." "Don't sweat it," Britta said, her head down as she was busy texting on her phone. "Coop says he'll add St. Petersburg and some city in Siberia, and that should quiet the bears and the tigers and the Cossacks." Berg blinked. "There are still Cossacks?" "Of course there are still Cossacks," Britta snapped. "How am I supposed to know? I'm not Russian." "Are you almost done?" Britta asked the doctor, her tone typically commanding, despite her lack of power with an Italian medical doctor who was also a cat. "I'm done when I am done, Sal. Do not pressure me." "So who was the girl?" Britta abruptly asked, attempting to throw her brother off. "What girl?" Berg asked, working to keep his face blank, a skill he picked up from their father. "The girl." The doctor paused in the middle of her work. "You went tense, Bear." Ignoring the doctor, Berg told his sister, "There was no girl. Just me and Coop in the room." "Uh-huh," his sister replied before refocusing on her phone. "The sow knows you lie," the cheetah teased softly, but Berg already knew that. Stevie MacKilligan leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, her chin resting on her raised, clasped hands. "And how does that make you feel," she asked the patient across from her, "that your mother treats you like that?" "Awful. I deserve better." "You do deserve better," Stevie insisted. Just because your mother is the dictator of a small country and kills those she considers enemies of the state doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't matter."
"You're right, Stevie. You're so right."
Stevie turned to the man next to her. "And what about you, Jacques? How are you feeling? Are you still upset about losing that yacht race?"
"It is all my brother's fault."
A throat-clearing had Stevie looking over her shoulder. Dr. Gärtner motioned her with a wave of his hand, and Stevie nodded and stood. She looked at the man sitting across from her. "Why don't you take over, Dr. Schmidt?"
"Since I am the actual trained psychiatrist here."
He sort of snipped back. Stevie smiled at him. "And you are doing a great job." She gave him a thumbs up before walking over to Gärtner and following him out of the group therapy room. He led her down the long glass hallway toward the back exit. They often liked to talk while walking in the beautiful garden behind the clinic, one of Stevie's favorite places. "So, what's up?" she asked.
"I wanted to let you know before you heard from someone else. Your sisters came by today to see you."
Stevie stopped before they reached the doors and faced Gärtner. "My sisters? They're here?"
"They were. I asked them to leave. I think we both know you're not ready to see them right now. Not when you're doing so well."
Stevie blinked and took a step back. "But they were here. Here at the clinic? Inside the clinic? Is that what you're telling me?"
"I told them when the time is right, we'd call them for a controlled meeting. With you and the team and your sisters."
"Okay," Stevie said to herself, not really listening to the doctor anymore. "My sisters were here. They were here." She clasped her hands together and began to pace. "And you told them to leave. And now I'm alone. But I'm inside, so I should be fine."
"Stevie, please," Gärtner coaxed. "You are fine. I simply was not going to allow your sisters to come here and interrupt the work we have been doing. It is much too important to your health."
"If my sisters came here, it's because something's wrong." She turned away from Gärtner to walk back to the patient rooms. "I need a phone. I need to call them."
No, Stevie. That is not a good idea."
He gently took her arm and tugged her back around.
"You need time away from your family. Time away from the stress you experience."
Stevie gazed at the doctor, but she didn't really see him, because she could only think one thing. What did our father do now? That was the only reason her sisters would bother her while she was at a clinic. Because he'd done something. Sadly, he was always doing something, and it was always up to Stevie to stop her sisters from killing him, especially Charlie. Charlie loathed their father. Not that Stevie really blamed her, but he was their father. That mattered, at least to her. She was sure of it. Something was really wrong if her sisters had come here to get her, because they'd come to protect her, and this idiot doctor had sent them away. Had they really left, though? Had they really gone away? Maybe they were still around. Maybe she had time to catch up to them. Stevie turned to Dr. Gärtner and calmly explained how she needed to find her sisters before it was too late, and that she would, unfortunately, be forced to leave the clinic much sooner than she'd originally planned. Oh, wait. That's how Stevie had planned to handle it in her head, with logic and reason and a calm, rational demeanor. But when she faced Gärtner, just seeing his face made her angry. Angry that she was now alone and frightened because, without speaking to her, he'd sent her sisters away. He should have spoken to her first. He should have said something. And her fear led to panic, which led to her hissing and throwing herself at Gärtner, knocking him to the ground and wrapping her hands around his throat. Sitting on his chest, she hissed again, this time right into his face, and she had a feeling her eyes had shifted color because his own eyes widened and she suddenly smelled urine, meaning the man had pissed on himself. Maybe not just her eyes. Maybe her fangs had made an appearance too. That happened when she lost control. That's why she went to places like this, to get control of her panic disorder with the help of talk therapy and medications, to learn how to manage it and to fully understand it so that she didn't have what her coworkers fondly called a MacKilligan episode. And Gärtner had been right. Stevie had been doing well. She had been feeling better, more in control without any additional meds. But her sisters had come here, and they didn't bother her lightly. Her sisters never got in the way of her work or her mental health. They worried about her, and they sometimes babied her, but they never would have just dropped by for a how do you do. That was not her sister's way. Stevie knew they kept an eye on her. She knew that one of them was always close by. But again, that was not because they were obsessive about her. They were obsessive about what their father had, to quote Charlie, fucked up now. She would have made that clear to Gärtner if she'd thought about it, but it never occurred to her that he'd stop her sisters from visiting, that he thought they were somehow the reason behind her panic disorder. If anything, her sisters were the reason Stevie hadn't spent most of her life in a straitjacket at Bellevue. Their pesky ways and less than stellar educations allowed Stevie some much-needed distraction from the cacophony of sights, sounds, and information that packed her brain each and every day. The truth was, her sisters kept her sane, which was more than this damn doctor was doing. Big, strong hands gripped Stevie and yanked her off the doctor, and someone shoved a needle in her arm. A strong drug was injected into her veins, and she felt a brief moment of euphoria, a moment that allowed those holding her to think she'd been controlled. But Stevie wasn't completely human, and, even worse for the staff, she was half honey badger. And thanks to her father's confused genes, her body didn't process drugs and poison the way an ordinary full human or shifter did. Even the medication she took to manage her panic disorder had to be tested and retested continuously for years by a shifter-run medical group in Germany to get the dosage exactly right for her biological makeup. So if they thought filling her up with whatever calming drug they gave the regulars was going to really do anything... The euphoria passed as quickly as it came, and Stevie yanked her arm out of the grip of one orderly, pushed the other orderly off her, and without much thought to consequences, yanked the needle out of her arm and rammed it into the eye of the third orderly reaching out to grab her. He went down screaming, and in full-blown panic now. Other people screaming always freaked her out. Stevie screamed along with him as she made a mad run for the exit. Chapter 3. They hadn't left the Swiss Center yet, and Charlie knew the longer they stayed, the more concerned those orderlies were going to become. Already there were 5 of them standing outside the front doors, waiting for the pair to leave. Hoping to calm them down, Charlie found a map in the glove compartment and spread it out on the hood of the Mercedes. Max watched her and finally asked, "What are you doing?" "Trying to calm them down by looking like we're lost," she softly replied. "Why?" "Because we're making them nervous." "We make everybody nervous. Who gives a fuck?" Charlie placed her hands on the hood and asked, "What's it like to be you, Max? Not to care? Ever?" Max shrugged. "It's awesome." Charlie let out that sigh she was convinced she only used when it came to her middle sibling. "I'm not going to argue with you today," Charlie announced. More for her own benefit than for Max's, because Max didn't give a shit. "We have too much going on." "So, do you want me to look intensely at the map like it's still 1982? Max asked. "You know, rather than just using my fucking phone to take us anywhere we need to go in any part of the world?" Charlie briefly wondered if slamming her sister's head against the SUV's hood would be considered arguing when the front doors of the clinic burst open and her baby sister came rushing through. An orderly instinctively reached out and grabbed the hysterical Stevie. But that was not a good move. Not a good move at all. Stevie spun and slammed the palm of her hand up, ramming the orderly's nose and crushing it. He released her, and even though the others hadn't moved, Stevie kicked one orderly in the groin, another in the leg, breaking the fibula with a cracking sound that echoed around the quiet area. Another got a punch to the face that seemed to break his jaw and cheekbone, and the last was punched in the throat. The orderly that had followed her outside had spun back around and returned to the safety of the center in order to get reinforcements. That's when, screaming like she was on fire, Stevie ran for her life. So oblivious to everything around her, she didn't even see Charlie and Max standing there, watching her. She just took off running. And with the tiger blood flowing through her veins, she hit 40 miles per hour pretty damn quickly. Max watched their panic-riddled sister tear off across the front lawn and hit the road that would lead out to the main highway. Guess the doc told her we'd been here. Then she laughed because, well, it was kind of funny. Look at her go! I think sparks are coming off her feet. Come on, Charlie ordered Max, tossing the map off the SUV hood. We have to catch her. They scrambled into the SUV and sped after their sister, heading down the long road that led to and from the clinic. On both sides were thick forests. If she goes into the woods, she's panicking, Charlie reminded Max. She's just gonna run until she can't anymore. She's so fast. In short bursts. She has no stamina. Not an insult, just reality. Again, it was the tiger in her. The wolf and honey badger in Charlie meant she could trot for hours. Not that she ever did. Why bother when she could just as easily rent a car? Max suddenly hit the brakes, and Charlie let out a relieved breath when she saw her baby sister standing in the middle of the road, taking in deep gulps of air and sobbing. I'll get her. Charlie opened her door. And when I bring her back, you be nice, she warned. I'm always nice, Max laughed. Shut up. Charlie walked around the car and over to her baby sister's side, but she didn't touch Stevie. She didn't put her arms around her and hug her. That was just a quick way to get her face torn off. Stevie. She said her sister's name flatly, with authority, her voice low. Stevie, she repeated. Blinking away tears, Stevie straightened her back and focused on Charlie. Charlie? Hey, Bubs. Charlie! Now Stevie was in her arms, hugging her tight, and Charlie hugged her back because she was no longer worried about getting her face ripped off. You didn't leave me! You didn't leave me! She chanted. Of course we didn't. We were just trying to find a way to get to you without the staff knowing. She stroked Stevie's hair. She'd started dyeing it a nice, safe blonde. Charlie kept hers brown, and Max dyed hers any color she was in the mood to see for a few weeks or months. They did this to avoid the questions. So many questions about their hair. How bad is it? Charlie asked. Swallowing, Stevie took a step back, her gaze focused on the trees behind Charlie's head. Charlie knew that look. Is anyone dead? Charlie now asked, worried about her sister's answer. No. Her voice lowered even more. No. Stevie cleared her throat. Someone may have lost an eye, though. Okay. Charlie grabbed her sister's arm and quickly led her to the SUV, pushing her into the back seat and getting in beside her. Go, Max. The car took off, and Charlie held her baby sister's hand and calmly spoke to her. Deep breath in, deep breath out. In, out. Close your eyes and just focus on the engine sounds, the road beneath the wheels, the air against the car. You're whining against my nerves, Max joked from the front seat. Stevie's gold eyes popped open and she rammed the flat of her hand against the back of Max's seat. Hey, Max barked. Do you know what I've been through? Stevie yelled. Do you have any concept? Keep yelling at me and I'll give you something to really whine about. Unable to stand another second, Charlie slapped her hands together several times and yelped, That is enough. We don't have time for you two psychotic females to be bickering like we're still in grade school. Wait, Stevie said, the anger in her voice gone, unfortunately replaced by hysteria. Do you hear that? Stevie, you need to— No, listen. Charlie did, and she heard it too. Is that a chopper? As soon as Charlie asked the question, the military-type chopper charged past them, so close Charlie was surprised it didn't hit the roof of the car. Max slowed to a stop. The chopper turned and came back, hovering about 50 feet away. Dude, Max demanded, trying to look back at Stevie over her seat. What kind of mental hospital did you go to? The target and her sisters waited in the SUV.
"Stay here," he ordered the pilot. "Give them a minute to figure out what's about to happen."
"Got it." The original plan had been to take the target in the clinic, but he'd just been heading toward the building when she'd run out, hysterically screaming. He'd immediately gone back to the copter, especially when he realized the two older sisters were still alive. His orders had been painfully simple: pick up the target and bring her to the safe house. 2 other teams had been dispatched to take out the troublesome older sisters so they couldn't get in the way. Apparently they had a reputation that had his clients concerned. But somehow those 2 had gotten away from full tactical teams. He still wasn't sure how they'd managed that. The sister on the driver's side eased out and headed toward the back of the SUV. "Want me to take her out?"
"No,"
he replied immediately.
"We keep them alive until we have the target. They'll keep her pliable."
"She's probably going for a weapon." He wasn't worried. The copter could handle a few gunshots. Tapping the mic, he began the negotiation process. Still in the back seat with Stevie, Charlie focused on her baby sister and ignored whatever the man in the chopper was saying. Most would be concerned with the chopper guy, but he was the least of her problems. Already Charlie could see the panic welling up again in Stevie. And if Stevie snapped,
"What's going on? Who are these people? They're not from the center. What did Dad do now?"
Stevie spit out in rapid succession. Then she asked,
"Why are they doing this? What are we going to do?"
There it went, that high-pitched squeal that said Stevie was moments away from going into full panic mode. "Don't worry about them," Charlie told her sister. "Let's focus on your breathing." Stevie calmed down enough to glare at Charlie. "Seriously? I'm trying to help. I'm not an infant." "Fine, then balls the fuck up."
"Don't snarl at me,"
Stevie shot back, her panic finally overridden by anger, which Charlie welcomed.
"If you only would—"
Both sisters screamed and ducked down, hands over their heads. The entire SUV bucked from the explosion. They waited a few seconds before sitting up and staring out the front window with their mouths open as the remains of the chopper landed all around their vehicle. And with the chopper were the remains of several men, their charred bodies, and pieces from those bodies, banging against the vehicle and ground with nauseating thuds. Charlie heard Max humming and turned to see that she had the back door open and was returning the weapon she held to its case.
"A rocket launcher?"
Charlie exploded.
"Oh my God!"
Stevie gasped.
"Have you lost your mind?"
Max shrugged. "What? I wasn't about to get into a shootout with them. That's a military chopper. Did you see the Gatling guns on the sides?"
"I don't care, you idiot. What are we supposed to tell the Swiss authorities?"
Frowning, Max asked, "Why would we talk to anybody about this?" She closed the back door, went around the SUV, and got into the driver's side. She stared out the front window for a moment, got back out of the SUV, and walked around the front, kicking bodies and big, burning chunks of the helicopter out of the way to make a path through the debris. When Max returned to the vehicle, she buckled her seatbelt and glanced back at Charlie and Stevie. "Ready to go?" she asked, smiling. Chipper, even. In fact, extremely chipper. Like they were going to brunch. How did she do that? Unlike her sisters, Max was all honey badger, and yet she had the most pleasant, happy, almost sunny disposition Charlie had ever known. Charlie had never met another honey badger like her. "Stop smiling," Charlie ordered her sister. And, of course, Max's smile grew until it took up most of her face. Charlie nearly had her hands around Max's throat, but Stevie wrapped her arms around her and dragged her back against the seat. "What are you mad at me for?" Max asked, oblivious as always. "Just go," Stevie ordered, "and shut up. Both of you are so moody." Max took the car out of park and drove through the path she'd created until she was able to enter the woods. This got them off the road and, hopefully, away from any law enforcement who'd be heading this way. So this was what it was like to be a true maestro. Berg thought he'd gotten it before, but he hadn't. Not until men came from the Vatican, sent personally by His Holiness so that they could escort Coop to his next venue. Even cooler, they were waiting to board a private jet that was only used for His Holiness. The Pope had sent it to transport Coop and his entire team, and apparently he wouldn't take no for an answer. Coop had tried, politely, not wanting to put the Pope and his attendees out in any way. And Coop wasn't bullshitting. He really didn't like to put people out. But again, His Holiness wouldn't hear it. Of course, Coop had not asked for any of this. But his sister? Well, Tony Jean-Louis Parker Reed was a different matter. Plus, she was trapped in Siberia at the moment and couldn't make her way to Italy just now, at least not in time to help. So she'd called the Vatican herself, of course she did, and had them make all these arrangements. For her brother's safety, she'd said. A sentiment that Berg could only roll his eyes over. "Hey, Berg," Coop said next to him. "Huh. My sister is sending even more backup to get us home." Berg rolled his eyes again. "Oy." The jackal chuckled. "Don't take it personally. It's just my sister's way. She can be obsessive when it comes to her siblings. Among jackal families, she's considered the gold standard of proper older sibling behavior." "Is she sending someone I'm going to hate?" "I don't think so. But I can never tell with you and your brother which people you guys hate, unlike your sister, who was very direct about her hatred." "You do always know where you stand with my sister. I heard she'll be the one handling," he made air quotes with his fingers, "Tony when she gets here." "Well, Dag and I weren't going to do it." "Nope," Dag muttered. "I don't blame you. She wanted to fire you guys, by the way. But I said absolutely not. They're my friends. And so what if they put me in grave danger and put my life and, more importantly, my God-given gifts at risk? A loss that would deprive the entire world, maybe even the universe, of something truly amazing. They're still my friends." Berg gazed down at Coop. "How big of you." "I thought so." "We're friends?" Dag asked. "The jet is ready, maestro," one of the Vatican's men announced. With Dag on one side of Coop and Berg on the other, the trio began to walk toward the door that would lead them to the private airstrip. But as they passed the front desk, Berg caught sight of the TV behind the attendant. Both he and Coop stopped walking and briefly watched the Italian-language news announcement about a helicopter in Switzerland that had been shot down on a private road. Coop didn't understand Italian, but he got the gist of the story from the visuals. He looked at Coop, and the jackal stared back, both of them silently asking the question. Then, after several seconds, they both said together, "Nah," and continued on toward the awaiting jet. "Get out. I have to set this thing on fire." Charlie stared at her sister. "Are you just on a rampage? What are you doing?" "Don't worry. We have another car waiting right there. We're totally covered." With another pleasant smile, Max walked off. "She's going to get us killed or put in prison for the rest of our lives," Stevie informed Charlie. "I just want you to know that." "I wish I could argue with you," Charlie admitted, "but I can't." They got out of the car, each grabbing a duffel bag from the back of the SUV, and headed in the direction Max pointed out to them. As Charlie walked, she smelled smoke from behind her just before Max ran up to them. Another bag was hanging from her shoulder, and the... Charlie stopped, and her sister stopped with her. "You brought the rocket launcher? You expect me to leave it? Do you know how much these things cost? Especially the really compact ones? Are you nuts?" she scoffed before heading off again. "You know," Stevie noted, "we could kill her here and bury her and no one would ever know." She frowned, shook her head. "I guess that was a horrible thing to say." "No, sweetie, it was just a honey badger thing to say. Nothing to worry about. I say honey badger things all the time, but never do them." They followed Max, reaching a brand-new Range Rover painted a very bright red. "Subtle," Charlie said to Max. Her sister grinned, oblivious, and quickly began packing the trunk, stopping to answer her vibrating phone.
"We're all going to jail, aren't we?"
Stevie suddenly asked as she and Charlie finished up the trunk packing. "Not if I can help it," Charlie promised. "I've worked too long and hard for any of us to go to prison now." She paused a moment, then added, "But if we have to sacrifice someone, it'll be Max. She could handle prison way better than either of us." After a few minutes, Max returned to their side, and Charlie knew, as soon as she saw her sister's face, that something had changed. "What?" Charlie asked when Max didn't say anything. Max glanced at Stevie, then back to Charlie. "I just got a call. From New York."
"Oh, God,"
Stevie began.
"Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God."
"Stevie," Charlie said, raising one finger. "No." She could see her sister was readying herself for another panic attack, and Charlie simply didn't have the patience for it right now, especially when Stevie could go from 0 to hysterical in 6 seconds. She was the Ferrari of panic. "Breathe," she ordered Stevie before facing Max. "Who do we know in New York?" "Not a lot of people, but—" She cleared her throat, glanced at Stevie, who was now doing her deep breathing exercises. "It's Dad." Charlie briefly closed her eyes. "Let me guess. He's in jail. He wants bail. Well, fuck him. I'm 1,000% positive that we're on the run because of him, so he can stay in jail until he rots." "He's dead," Maxie abruptly announced. "They need someone to identify the body." Stevie put her hand to her chest and turned away from them, her head bowed, shoulders beginning to shake, her pain and grief clear to anyone who might be near. Charlie and Max, however, didn't hesitate to silently bop around each other, performing dance moves they really shouldn't because they just didn't have the talent for it. However, it wasn't a dance of skill, but of excitement, of relief, of downright giddiness. Neither sister spoke as they boogied around each other because words weren't necessary. But despite their silence, Stevie slapped her hand against the Range Rover and snarled,
"I know what you two are doing back there, and stop it! He's still our father!"
Chapter 4. It took a few days to make it into the States, and it hadn't been easy. But Max had a lot of connections, which always helped when they were in foreign countries. Thankfully, they were back now and able to drop their bags in the middle of the safe house Max had found through her birth mother's family. "Wow," Charlie said, looking around. "This place is awesome. Your aunt hooked us up." Max nodded. "It's not bad." Stevie sat in the farthest corner and deepest part of the couch, her knees up, arms around her calves.
"I don't like it."
"Why not?" Charlie asked. Her nose crinkled.
"It smells funny."
"That's just Badger." Max took another sniff. "And something bearish." Stevie's eyes grew impossibly wide.
"Bears eat people."
"I'm taking a shower," Charlie announced because she couldn't start down this road with her sisters. "Then we'll figure out next steps, okay?" When she got nods from both, Charlie grabbed her duffel and headed deeper into the Manhattan apartment. The place was beautiful. Big, comfortable furniture, lots of windows allowing for light, and tons of cabinet space for the honey badgers to sleep in. Charlie was surprised the Yang family had helped Max get this place for them to stay in, even temporarily. Maybe Max hadn't mentioned that her sisters would be with her, but she didn't usually hide that from anyone. The Yangs had made it clear long ago that they would be more likely to help Max when she needed it if her half-sisters weren't involved. They'd never quite forgiven Max's mother for hooking up with Fred MacKilligan. Among the honey badger population, the MacKilligans didn't have the best reputation, especially when it came to good old Freddie, the most useless of beings as far as Charlie was concerned. To this very day, she still didn't understand what her amazing feminist mother, or any other woman for that matter, saw in her worthless excuse of a father. He was worthless. She had no other word for it. Or maybe she had too many words for the man, many ways to describe how worthless he truly was. But that was over now. Her father, thankfully, was rotting away in a New York City morgue, just waiting for her and her sisters to identify and bury him. Charlie couldn't wait. She knew it sounded cruel to those who didn't know her father, who didn't understand why she disliked the man so much. But she had her reasons, and those reasons were all she needed. If nothing else, she hoped his death would end the bad luck that seemed to follow the man around and, in turn, follow his daughters around as well. Daughters who hadn't asked to be born, definitely hadn't asked for him to be their father. 3 girls who had no say in what they'd already been through. Yes, she blamed her father for all of it, but she wasn't about to let that get in her way. Because it was a new day. She just had to be cool about it. Stevie didn't like their father any more than Charlie and Max did, but she took the fact that he was their sperm donor much more seriously. She would want to mourn his death, and they had to respect that. Which reminded her. Naked, Charlie walked out of the bathroom, where the shower was now running. She went into the living room and found that Max and Stevie already had each other in headlocks, Max grinning, Stevie cursing Max. The never-ending battling sisters was what the pack had called Max and Stevie. And it was true. The pair of them could and would go at it until someone separated them or an ambulance had to be called. The thing was, an ambulance rarely had to be called for either Max or Stevie. If there was one thing that was true about all MacKilligan females, they could take a beating. But teachers, coaches, strangers on the street, anyone who thought it was a good idea to get between the sisters to stop them from fighting always found out the hard way that it was not. But Charlie wasn't some stranger on the street. She knew how to handle her sisters. It was the first thing her mother had taught her when she realized how poorly the two got along. Going behind both women, Charlie grabbed Max by the tough skin of her back and swung her one way, then the other. Poor Stevie forced to go with her. And while Charlie swung, she kept chanting, "Let her go, let her go, let her go," until Max did what she was told to do. "On the couch," Charlie ordered, pointing at Stevie. "You, on the chair." She motioned to the leather armchair until Max sat down. Once both her sisters were sitting away from each other, she said, "Now listen up. I'm going into the shower. It will be a long shower, a luxurious shower." "Why not a bath?" Stevie asked. "I don't like baths. I don't like soaking in my own filth." Max started laughing, but stopped when Charlie snapped, "Shut up! Now, while I'm in that shower, you two will not argue. You will not fight." She pointed at Max. "You will not startle." She pointed at Stevie. "You will not throw things. No matter what she says to you," she added quickly before Stevie could argue. "Let's just be glad that we made it back to the States without killing each other or getting arrested. Let's enjoy this moment for what it is." "The death of our father?" Max asked. Charlie glared at Max for a moment before they both raised their arms in the air and cried out, "Hooray!" "Ladies!" Stevie barked, disgusted. Sorry. Charlie didn't want to upset her sister. She wanted a shower too badly. A nice, normal, relaxing shower. And she couldn't have that if she was worried the two of them were attempting to kill each other in the next room. "We'll get through this, Stevie," she promised her baby sister. Stevie nodded and moved deeper into the couch corner until she couldn't move any farther. She placed her feet on the cushions, wrapped her arms around her calves, and rested her chin on her raised knees. Charlie pointed at Max one more time, letting her know in no uncertain terms that if anything happened while she was showering, Charlie would absolutely blame Max for it, because most likely it would be Max's fault. Max reached for the remote and turned on the enormous high-end TV in the middle of the room. "Oh, look," Charlie pointed out. "Law and Order." "Thank God," Stevie muttered. Funny, since Stevie always went on and on about how much she didn't watch TV. "Excellent," Max chimed in. "One of the early episodes, before cell phones and social media." Knowing they'd be entertained for a few hours at least, Charlie headed off to her very hot and relaxing shower. Max was so tempted to fuck with her sister, but Charlie's warning had been very clear. Charlie was all about being clear. She didn't like vague. She didn't like subtle. She didn't like when people weren't direct. Why? Because Charlie was always direct. When Charlie had told her once, "If you bother Stevie while she's taking that test, I'm going to break your arm," she'd meant it. Max had been forced to wear that cast for, 2 days, the break was so bad. But she'd learned her lesson. A Charlie warning was serious stuff, and you ignored it at your own peril. Deciding to help make this easier for everyone involved, Max got up and grabbed Stevie's backpack. They'd run by that CERN place and picked up a bunch of her stuff so that she'd have things with her to keep her calm, like all her notebooks. And at this point, it was all about keeping Stevie calm. Not a small order, either. Calm was as foreign to Stevie as uptight was to Max. She placed the bag next to the couch Stevie was on and started back to her chair. She didn't look at Stevie or smile, because Stevie would assume Max was mocking her. And let's be honest, she probably was, and react accordingly. But just as Max was about to drop her ass in the big armchair, both sisters looked at each other and then at the front door a few feet away. Vic Baranov stood by his mate and smiled. They were finally home, and he couldn't be happier. They'd had to run over to Italy in a private jet to retrieve just one jackal. But that jackal was like family to his mate, and she'd insisted that Vic and his panda partner be the ones to go pick him up. Then she'd insisted on going with them. It seemed like a big deal for nothing until the news hit the States about the brutal hotel invasion in Milan involving Maestro Cooper Jean-Louis Parker. Suddenly, Vic understood why everyone was freaking out. But for someone who'd been through a horrible attack, one so bad his bodyguard had been shot and stabbed, good old Coop had seemed fine. More than fine. He'd still got to perform at Vatican City for the Pope, and he'd flatly refused to fire the 3 grizzlies who'd been the core of his protection, despite his older sister's near-hysterical rantings about cutting them loose. But nope, Coop wouldn't hear of it, which basically told Vic all he'd needed to know. That whatever was going on, Vic didn't want to know. Instead, he'd let his mate and her best friend get crazed about protecting a jackal old enough to breed. Vic glanced behind him and saw the elevator doors open again. Coop walked out with 2 of his grizzly protection and Vic's partner, Shen. He didn't know why. Now that they were back on Coop's home turf, he couldn't get rid of them, but Vic wasn't going to complain. Instead, he'd just get into his house, go to his bedroom, and close the door, before the grizzly side of him got cranky and bit someone's head off, or his tiger side started clawing on human flesh to make it quiet. As a hybrid, he had many ways to stop people from getting on his nerves. Not that those options were morally right, but, you know. Looking down at his honey badger mate, Vic immediately noticed that Livy Kowalski had the key in the lock, but she hadn't opened the door. Instead, she stood frozen to the spot, her ears twitching right along with her nose. Then her eyes narrowed. "Livy?" She yanked the keys out of the lock, and her lips pulled back over her honey badger fangs. Then, her dark eyes growing even darker, Livy growled out, "Badger!" "Livy, wait! Badger!" Livy stepped back and kicked the door open, even though she had the keys in her hand and it was a $1,000 lock set on the door. Vic grabbed for her, but she jerked away and charged into their apartment, throwing her entire body at the female honey badger standing by Livy's much-beloved armchair, her favorite chair in the whole apartment. Nope, this would not end well. In horror, Berg watched 2 tiny Asian women go at each other like the wild animals they partially were. Snarls and snaps, blood flying as they rolled across the floor of Vic's beautiful apartment. And yet, Vic just stood there, doing nothing, while his mate was possibly getting her ass ripped apart. Things were moving so fast, Berg really couldn't tell who was doing what to whom, but he took all that blood as a bad sign. Maybe Vic was in shock or something. True, he had military training, but maybe this was causing some kind of flashback. Yeah, that was it, a flashback. Why else wouldn't he be helping the woman he loved? "Dag!" Berg called out to his brother before pushing Vic aside and rushing into the apartment. Berg grabbed the unknown female from behind, and Dag took hold of Livy around the stomach, lifting the tiny she-badger off her feet. And as soon as they did that, Berg knew exactly how stupid a move it was. The kind of move his sister would never let them get away with if she were anywhere near this situation. Why? Because she knew better. Size didn't matter when it came to shifters. Rage did. And these two women were all about the rage. The woman he held managed to twist around and latch her teeth into his neck, biting at the flesh of his throat, fangs digging for a main artery. "Get her off me!" Berg screamed, desperately trying to push her away. "Get her off!" But Dag couldn't help. He had his own problems. Livy had reached back with one hand and gripped poor Dag by the balls, and twisted. Then she kept twisting. Berg's brother dropped to his knees, his scream so high-pitched that Berg was sure dogs in Brooklyn could hear him. Livy pulled away from Dag and charged the other female. Unlatching from Berg's neck, thank you, God, the female dropped to the ground and backed up, hissing, then charged Livy. Livy backed up, then lunged forward. It was like a dance, a weird, horrifying dance of death. Berg fell back against the floor, his hand over his bleeding neck. He wasn't sure, but the tip of that woman's fang might have nicked his artery. And that's when he saw her. She'd been sitting silently on the couch, but when he locked eyes on her, she suddenly seemed to panic, like a house cat. Yeah, that was it. She panicked like a house cat. The woman scrambled onto all fours, her back arched. She bared her fangs, her hiss of warning skittering across the room violently, so violently that the sound alone made the furniture move. So much so that both the Badgers were briefly distracted, blinking at each other and turning toward the female on the couch. And when they did, she really freaked out. Jumping straight up, she flipped in midair until she hit the high ceiling, her claws digging into the drywall. And that's where she stayed, hissing at them all with a rage that shook the windows, the shaking becoming worse when she suddenly roared. "What the fuck is happening?" a voice bellowed from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. Berg forced himself to look away from the panicked female and over to the hallway. And he saw her, a woman he had assumed he'd never see again. She had on nothing but a towel, her wet brown hair resting against her shoulders, the strands already beginning to curl, her dark brown eyes glaring at each of them, a vein in her neck and the side of her head throbbing. "Somebody answer me!" The she-badger pointed at Livy. "It was her," she said, her voice flat, not like she'd just been in a life-or-death fight, more like she'd been in a life-or-death nap. "You're in my house," Livy barked back. "It's a safe house," the badger snapped. "It's not your fucking house. You have to share." "It is not a safe house, you worthless whore." The badger's eye twitched the smallest bit. It was barely perceptible, but then she was reaching for Livy again, and Livy was ready for it. But the woman, clapped her hands together several times, and both badgers stopped. Which was weird. Handclaps never got Berg out of his grisly rage. "Stop it, both of you. This is completely Her voice trailed off, and she leaned down, eyes narrowing on Vic's mate. "Oh, hi, Livy." Livy gave a half-assed wave. "Hi, Charlie." Vic, finally, spoke, his forefinger jerking between Livy and the other badger. "You guys know each other?" With a small shrug, Livy admitted, "We're cousins." Shen laughed from the doorway. "But even if we are family," Livy began. Berg's attacker raised a brow at Livy. "If? This is still my house, and you can't just come here and act like it's yours." "Max?" the woman prompted when the other badger didn't say anything. "What are you looking at me for?" the badger demanded. "It was on the list." Livy frowned, nostrils flaring. "What list?" "The safe house list, online." Livy went tense, her entire body vibrating. "My house is on the safe house list?"
What's the safe house list?
Vic asked. It's where Yangs can go online to find a house to stay in when they're on the run. Livy closed her eyes. And my house is on the list? Max the Badger shrugged. Yeah, that's why we're here. It's not like I wanted to see you. I'll kill her. Livy shook her head. I'll kill her.
Livy,
Vic began. I will kill her. Livy jumped up and yanked a phone from her back pocket. She speed-dialed someone and stalked out of the room. Max smirked. Let me guess, she asked Vic. Her mother put her on the list just to fuck with her?
Probably.
Still dripping from the interrupted shower, Charlie looked around the room, her eyes not even stopping on Berg before moving on to everyone else. She didn't remember him. He helped save her life, gave her his gun, and she didn't even remember him. Seriously? Where's Stevie? She asked. Grinning, blood covering her teeth, Max pointed. Charlie looked up and sighed. Could you please come down from there? Now? I'm quite comfortable right here, thanks. Stevie MacKilligan! Claws were retracted and Stevie landed back on the couch. No need to yell, she mumbled. Wait, Coop said, suddenly stepping in from the doorway. Stevie MacKilligan? He smiled. Is that you? It's me, Coop. Cooper Jean-Louis Parker, he clarified when she only stared. Remember? We studied under Maestro Raimondi and performed together for Europe's royal families. Is this ringing any bells at all? No, she replied. Then, before Coop could say any more, she raised her hand, palm out, and informed one of the greatest, most loved musicians in the world. And to be quite honest, I can't deal with some obsessive fan right now. Not a fan, Cooper corrected. We studied together. We were both prodigies. Whatever. I'll get you an autograph later. No, you don't Sweetie, Charlie cut in. I really don't have time for this right now. Somebody just tell me what's going on. Livy's cousin shrugged. Nothing. Why? Max. Max grinned. Sorry, couldn't help myself. She laughed a little and pointed in her cousin's direction. Based on the yelling in Cantonese from the other room, it's Mandarin, Vic corrected. Oh, what? Max suddenly barked at the startled bear hybrid. You think because I'm half Asian I know Chinese? Because I don't know Chinese. Told ya, Shen chimed in before sliding into the armchair, although Berg had no idea what the giant panda was referring to. But you two are family, Vic insisted. How do you not know what dialect your people speak? Well, Max began. We don't have time for that conversation, Charlie announced. She was still standing there, wet, in only a towel, and she didn't seem to care. Max, ignore the bears and talk to me. They are all bears, aren't they? Stevie suddenly looked at each and every male in the room, sizing them up. After she finished, she leaned toward her sister and loudly whispered, We're all going to die. I'm actually a jackal, Coop corrected. Do you think that matters? Stevie bellowed hysterically. Charlie placed her fingertips against her temples. We're not going to die, and stop yelling, she sighed out. They're all giant, man-eating bears except for my stalker. I'm not a stalker, Coop argued. Don't you see, Charlie? Stevie leaned in, the scent of panic beginning to come off her in big, booming waves. Bears kill. Bears kill, Charlie, and they're going to kill all of us. Charlie quickly walked to the couch and grabbed a backpack from the floor. She pulled out a bottle of prescription pills, glanced at the label, then held it out for the other woman. Take this, she ordered Stevie before focusing on Vic and demanding, glass of water. Vic moved, rushing out of the room and returning in seconds. He handed the glass to Stevie, and Charlie placed several tablets into the woman's hand. Take them. But, Stevie tried, take them. Stevie did as ordered. Now, Charlie said, facing them all again. Where were we?
You were trying to justify breaking and entering, Berg announced. And you have absolutely no idea who I am.
Charlie stared at him across the room, and after a few seconds said, "Of course I know you. How could I forget you?"
Then what's my name?
Deuteronomy? She shrugged. Dude for short? Coop burst out laughing, but all Berg could do was shake his head.
Seriously?
Max briefly closed her eyes. She doesn't know you, Deuteronomy, because she can't see you.
My name is not Deuteronomy. Wow.
Shen marveled at Charlie.
You're really mobile for a blind person.
She's not blind, Max said, laughing. She's just not wearing her glasses or contacts.
What are you doing?
Stevie screamed at Max.
Why don't you just announce to the world that we're defenseless women just waiting to be murdered by bears?
Defenseless? Berg barked. I'm bleeding from an artery here.
Don't be a baby, Max said, glancing back at him. I barely grazed that artery.
We're all going to die here,
Stevie insisted, pointing at Max.
And it'll be all your...
Stevie's rant abruptly stopped and her head dropped forward. After a few seconds, she began to drool. Max looked at Charlie. What the fuck did you give her? Her Xanax, to deal with her panic. Are you sure that's what you gave her? Because you're not wearing your glasses, and she seems to be having a very intense reaction. Charlie reached down and grabbed a bottle of pills out of her sister's bag again. She brought the bottle so close, her eyes narrowing into thin slits, that Berg knew Max hadn't been lying. This was a shifter who was not 90 years old, yet actually needed glasses because she couldn't see. She was nearsighted. A shifter? Nearsighted? That was so weird. Uh-oh, Charlie said, the pill bottle practically touching her nose. Max stared at her sister. What? She cringed and held the bottle up. It's lithium. Dude! Max burst out along with a loud laugh. I know! She dropped the bottle and grabbed a seemingly unconscious Stevie. She shook her sister. Then she slapped her. Stevie! Stevie! When her sister didn't respond, Charlie released her and threw up her hands. I've killed her. Of course I've killed her. I knew one day I'd kill you all. Max finally got to her feet. Good Lord, get off the cross. We need the wood. What does that mean? She'll be fine. At any point now, she'll projectile vomit, and then she'll be good as new. Every bear close to Stevie suddenly moved back. Just go get dressed, Max pushed, so we can get out of here. And go where? I don't know, a hotel? Like normal people. Normal people aren't on the run for their lives. Oh, Max nodded. I forgot about that. Charlie flung her arms out from her sides before crossing them over her chest. How does one forget that? Max mimicked her sister by crossing her arms over her chest, too. I have a lot on my mind. Name one thing you have on your mind at this very moment. The Badger glanced off, gaze focusing across the room. And no, she never did answer the question. Stevie abruptly stood, arms spread wide, body crouched. Bears! She suddenly yelled. It's okay, Charlie said, standing in front of her, ready to sacrifice her body if her sister tried to get past her. Stevie, it's okay. Why don't you take a little nap? Okay. Stevie dropped to the couch, turned over, and started snoring. Charlie blew out a breath and suddenly smiled in his direction, although Berg was sure she still couldn't see him. Still yelling at her mother, Livy paced back into the living room from the hallway. Without making a sound, Max charged her cousin. Livy was so busy being angry she didn't even see her. But taking a step out, Charlie swung her arm in front of Max. Max's neck ran right into Charlie's forearm, and it was like she hit a stone wall, legs coming up while her head didn't move. Then she was flung backward. The Badger hit the floor hard, laughing and coughing. Livy missed all of it, swinging around suddenly and pacing back the other way, still yelling at her mother. Charlie stepped over to Max, placing her bare foot on her sister's chest. "Who's going to behave in her cousin's house?" she asked.
"Oh, come on,"
Max said, still laughing. Charlie leaned down and clapped her hands 3 times. "Maxie!"
I promise. I won't start anything."
"Or finish." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Arguments begun at family dinners when you're 9 years old do not need to be avenged when you're 27. Do we understand each other?"
"I told her I'd kill her one day, and I meant it."
"You were 9.
"I still meant it."
Charlie rolled her eyes. "Do we let it go?" she asked. "Or do I start dismantling body parts?"
"Fine, I'll let it go. It will not be forgotten," she added, "but I will let it go."
"Excellent. I'm going to get dressed so we can get out of here. You'll keep an eye on Stevie, yes? Make sure she doesn't choke on her own vomit or swallow her tongue. And I need you to figure out where we're going next. But be nice and respectful." Max gave a thumbs up, and her sister stepped off her chest and walked away. Wincing, Max sat up. She looked back at Berg and brushed her fingers against her own throat.
"You still have a little blood dripping right there."
Berg growled at her, but she just laughed. Chapter 5. Berg helped his brother up off the floor.
"I'm so glad Britta wasn't here,"
Dag said, one arm around Berg's shoulders, his other hand cradling his balls through his jeans.
"She'd have kicked our asses for getting in the middle of a honey badger fight."
"We weren't thinking, that's all. Next time we'll know better."
"Agreed."
Berg's phone sailed past Dag's head. As it hit the wall and broke into pieces, Livy stalked back into the living room.
"I hate everyone,"
she announced to, well, everyone.
"Went that well with your mother?"
Vic asked. So upset she couldn't even respond, Livy walked out of the room again. When she returned a minute later, she held a bandage. She tore off the backing and without preamble slapped it against the wound on Berg's neck. "Ow."
"Don't whine,"
she snarled. Hands on her hips, Livy said to Max without even looking at her cousin,
"Now I guess I'll go talk to Charlie since she's the only one among you 3 that has any sense."
"You should go talk to her," Max agreed with a smile.
"And make sure you keep that great attitude when you do. She'll love it."
"No," Berg said quickly, seeing exactly where Max was attempting to lead her cousin. "I'll talk to her."
"You?" Max asked. "She doesn't even remember you."
That was hurtful. Berg pushed his brother toward Vic. "Could you help Dag for me? I think he needs some ice."
"Or a new penis."
They all turned to stare at the other honey badger, and Livy shrugged those massive shoulders and admitted,
I know. I should stop talking."
Berg headed deep into the apartment until he found the bathroom Charlie was in. She'd put on jeans and was bent over at the waist, finger-combing her wet hair. Not wanting to startle her, he quietly waited. But Berg was having a hard time not staring. She looked really good in those jeans. Then Charlie abruptly stood, and Berg realized she wasn't wearing a shirt, just a sheer, lacy bra. He was so surprised he tried to turn away but rammed into the doorway instead, nearly knocking himself out. Charlie was reaching for a comb when she heard that thud, followed by a, "Damn it." She looked toward the bathroom doorway, but all she saw was a blur. "Sorry," a voice said. "Didn't mean to startle you." "No problem." She combed her hair off her face. "And I thought you were more dressed." Charlie squinted down at herself. "The nips are hidden." "Pardon?" Nothing. She looked at herself in the mirror, trying to figure out what to do with her hair. "So what do you need?" There was a pause, then, "Do you know who I am?" There was a room full of big guys in Livy's apartment, and she still wasn't wearing her glasses. She was lucky to recognize Livy. So she took a guess. "Deuteronomy?" "That is not my name." She didn't have time to worry about some sensitive guy's issues. She had so much on her mind at the moment that she really couldn't be bothered. Still, she didn't want to be completely rude. "How about you give me a hint?" she suggested.
"Okay. I gave you a very nice, very expensive Ruger."
Shocked by that response, Charlie turned from the mirror and really studied the blur standing in front of her. "You gave me a Ruger?" she asked. "No one has ever given me a—" She took a small step back. "Oh, my God." Charlie couldn't help but smile. "It's you!" she cheered. "My giant helpful blur."
"The name is Berg Dunn."
"I can't believe it." She really couldn't. "What are you doing here?"
"I live here."
She frowned. "With Livy?"
"No."
He suddenly chuckled, shook his head.
"No, not with Livy. I live here in New York, Queens."
Rubbing her hands on her jeans, Charlie moved closer to the blur. "I'm so sorry I didn't know who you were earlier. No wonder you were hurt. But I am really glad to see you again, because I didn't have a chance to thank you."
"It's not necessary."
"It is. Other than my sisters, no one ever helps me, especially not strangers. You could have easily locked you and that smaller, paler blur in the bathroom and let me fight my own battles. You didn't. So I owe you big. Charlie briefly closed her eyes. "Well, right now I have some other issues to deal with. And your Ruger was dismantled and dispersed across a large swath of Italy." Charlie stood straight, refusing to let the shame of her life bow her. "But I promise I will pay you back." The blur leaned against the doorway.
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about paying my debts."
"For what? You were being hunted. What was I supposed to do? Not help?"
"Most people wouldn't."
"We look out for each other. We're shifters."
"Oh, okay, sure."
"Wow," he suddenly said. "You really didn't recognize me until I mentioned the Ruger, did you?"
"Not really."
"How is that possible? You're definitely a shifter. I saw your claws. You should at least know my scent by now."
"Allergies," Charlie admitted, pointing at her nose. "Can't smell anything right now. From May until at least October, sometimes December, I am living on decongestants and Benadryl. And after making that mad dash out of my room and falling into your life, I don't have prescription-strength anything, including my nasal spray, which I can't tell you how much I miss." She rubbed her nose. "It's so itchy right now."
"So you can barely see and you can't smell anything, but you can clothesline your sister?"
"I've been clotheslining my sister for a very long time now, and trust me when I say she deserved it." Charlie turned back to the mirror and decided to put her hair in a high ponytail since she didn't have access to a blow-dryer with a diffuser.
"I've never met a shifter your age who has eye problems that weren't caused by some kind of strange work accident."
"I believe that," Charlie began, pulling her hair into a ponytail. "But you know, it's my father's fault."
"Your father's fault?"
"He has the most fucked up genes ever."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that the majority of my flaws and my sister's flaws are due to our sperm donor. He is absolutely and unequivocally the reason that we're all freaks."
"I wouldn't say you're freaks,"
the blur said on a chuckle, placing her hairband in her palm. "Oh, trust me," Charlie admitted. "We are such freaks." "They are such freaks," Livy explained, dumping a tray of ice cubes into a plastic bag. She moved across the kitchen and was about to give the bag to Dag when Vic wrestled it from her hands.
"I think you've touched his balls enough today, don't you?"
Vic asked before handing the ice to Dag, who appeared extremely relieved. Livy just didn't know why.
"Don't blame me for that." "Then who do I blame?"
"Who gets in the middle of a honey badger fight?"
"I thought I was helping,"
Dag muttered as he gingerly placed the ice over his groin. "Badgers don't need your help."
"It's not that I'm surprised you were fighting your own cousin," Vic said, resting his ass against the kitchen counter, "because that happens so often. But this one didn't actually do anything.
We have a past.
Shocking. Why do you call them freaks? Dag asked.
Because they are.
She lowered her voice a bit.
Can't you see that?
They're hybrids, Shen replied. All hybrids are a little freaky.
Livy shook her head.
For every other honey badger mix, from the beginning of time, it never mattered what else a honey badger was mixed with. Our vicious DNA has always destroyed everything else, leaving only the honey badger and some human.
She lowered her voice again to a whisper.
Except for those two. Charlie and Stevie are the only honey badgers I know who are not all honey badger. But they're not the problem.
They're not?
No, I actually like them. Well, I like Charlie. I don't know what the fuck to say about Stevie. But my cousin, who is all honey badger, still a freak.
She motioned the males over with a wave of her hand. Vic and Shen stood next to her by the doorway while Dag kept his place at the kitchen table, nursing his balls.
Just look at her out there,
Livy said, pointing at her cousin, who was standing in the living room by the younger sister.
What do you see?
A woman quietly standing by her still unconscious sister? Shen asked.
Vic, do you see what's wrong with her?
Yes,
he said with an eye roll.
But it's stupid.
Tell him,
Livy pushed. Vic sighed.
She's smiling.
Exactly. And what the fuck does she have to smile about?
Livy moved back into the center of the kitchen.
That's not normal behavior.
Shen shrugged.
Maybe she's just happy.
What honey badger do you know who's fucking happy?
Well,
none. That's who. Not unless liquor and snake poison's involved. But her...
Livy finally admitted what everyone in the Yang family already knew.
She's completely sober right now, which tells me one thing.
Vic gazed down at her.
Which is?
She's a serial killer.
Because she smiles?
Yes.
With her hair in a top knot and the ends scrunched a few times to help the curls form, Charlie washed her hands, dried them, and groped for her glasses. She knew she'd left them on the counter, but now she wasn't quite sure where they were. The blur placed them into her hand and she put them on. Then she faced the blur and... Oh, my. A brow arched. Something wrong? Nope, nothing was wrong. Everything was kind of... perfect. He was so pretty. Square jaw, brown hair with gold highlights, and dark brown eyes. And that perfect head sat comfortably on a thick neck attached to giant shoulders that were joined to a frighteningly large body. Not a fat body, an overwhelmingly muscular body. How did he find clothes for that physique? The dark blue t-shirt he currently had on seemed to barely contain all those muscles. Charlie realized she was staring. She might even be drooling. What was the question? She asked.
Is something wrong?
Wrong? What could be wrong?
People are trying to kill you?
Well, yeah, there's that, she admitted. That's definitely a problem. But, sadly not the first time.
So all three of you are on the run?
Charlie sighed. Very. I thought we could at least stay here a couple of days, but now
I think I can help.
He pointed a finger at her.
I might know a place you can stay. You'll be safe. Really safe.
Dropping her hands on her waist, Charlie said, Dude, Berg, whatever. I can't ask you to do any more than you've already done. I mean, you've been amazing. I owe my life to you. I already can't pay that back.
You don't have to pay back anything, and you're still not safe.
That's not your problem. That's my problem. Because being the daughter of Freddie MacKilligan means safety and security are just not part of my vocabulary.
You need a place to regroup. Figure out what you're going to do next. And I think we both know you can't do that here. I don't know Livy well, but she makes it clear when she doesn't like someone, and she does not like your sister. But I think I can get you a place where you'll have a little time to breathe.
Charlie hated bothering this man again. But as always, her father had put her in a situation where she was left with few, if any, options. How could anyone be that big a fuck-up? How could one man cause so much damage to so many without putting in that much effort to begin with? He was known for ridiculous schemes that managed to destroy entire banking systems. Deals that went so bad his partners either ended up in prison or dead. Poorly planned plots and cons that blew up, but somehow didn't affect Freddie MacKilligan at all, yet had his daughters running for their lives. Again. Her father, as always, was the king of the fuck-up. Until now, though, because finally he was sitting in cold storage, and Charlie couldn't wait to bury him, to be done with him, to pretend someone so idiotic had never existed. "Want me to make the call?" her handsome savior asked when her silence went on and on. I really don't mind. In fact, I want to do this for you." "Why? I mean, are you really that good a person?" He shrugged and said, "Yes, I am. But I'm a bear, so we're naturally loving and giving." "Really? Because when I hear about bears, they're either going through people's garbage or attacking people in Alaska who were out on a jog." "Because we were startled. Don't startle us, we don't attack." "Unless you're really hungry." He gave an excruciatingly sweet grin. "Unless we're really hungry." Charlie laughed and decided to bite the bullet. "Okay, your help would be greatly appreciated." She glanced at the front of her phone and checked the time. What? "I'm just wondering if Livy would let us stash our stuff here for a couple more hours before we bail." "Securing the place shouldn't take that long." "Oh, it's not that. We're just here in the city to identify our father's body, and we were supposed to be at the morgue, like, an hour ago." "Wait a minute." He held up his hand, palm out, his head cocking to the side before he asked, "Your father's dead?" Crossing the middle and forefingers on both hands, Charlie raised them and said with a big smile she truly felt, "Here's hoping." Chapter 6. Will MacKilligan sat down on the steps behind his house and stared at the kennels where the dogs were kept. They were usually barking. They barked all the time. Vicious beasts used for protection and, as Will liked to call it, persuasion when necessary. The bloke would reveal all with one of the MacKilligan dogs growling at them. But those same noisy dogs were quiet, because they knew, instinctually, if they made one noise, Will was likely to kill every last one of them. To say he was angry would be a gross understatement. Since he was a teen, he'd been putting up with this bullshit, and he was done. For more than 50 years, he'd had to deal with the American side of the MacKilligan family, caused by his father's insatiable libido, and it was mostly not that big an issue. He had 2 half-sisters in the United States that he could tolerate on a good day, and another half-brother he never saw. But that idiot, that fucking idiot, Freddie MacKilligan, that idiot Will wouldn't put up with any more, not for a second longer. But trying to find him would be the challenge. Like the snakes they all loved to eat, the bastard was wily, could hide in plain sight sometimes, or so it seemed. But Will was done playing this game with him, especially now, especially after what that bastard had done to him, had done to the family. He didn't even bother contacting his other half-siblings in the States. He doubted they would care any more than his own brothers and half-brothers here at home did, not when it came to Freddie MacKilligan. And business-wise, they had no connections. The Scottish MacKilligan finances never mixed with the Americans. That's how their father had set it up, and that's how it stayed. His eldest son sat down beside him on the step. "The uncles are calling," he said calmly. "Let them call." Will shook his head. "I can't believe Freddie did this. I can't believe he's smart enough to do this. The man's an idiot. A wily idiot. He's maneuvered his way out of more shite than you know."
We have our people in the States looking for him, but he could be anywhere. Will finished for Dougie. Maybe his sisters know where he is. I know he keeps in touch with them. They ain't that close. They hate him.
He thought a moment. What about Freddie's girls?
The daughters.
Dougie snorted.
They hate him more than you do. They wouldn't help him. Besides, they got their own problems right now. What are you talking about? Someone's trying to get the youngest again. What? Another drug dealer looking for designer meth? No idea, but I can find out.
Dougie made the offer, Will was sure, without really thinking about it. It was just his way to always get his father the information he might need as quickly as possible. But instead of dismissing the suggestion, Will looked at his son and said,
Yeah, find out.
Surprised, Dougie asked,
Really? You're sure? I'm sure. Find out. Find out everything. And then what? Then we see what we can do with that information. See how we can make it work for us. Even if it involves the girls?
Will nodded.
Their father doesn't care about them. But if there's one thing the man does here, it's that oldest girl. Charlie.
Dougie stood.
I'll see what I can find out.
Will stood as well, already feeling a little better. Still angry, but now with some hope.
And if we're lucky and all this gets fixed, I'll be able to kill me brother with me bare hands.
Dougie patted Will on the shoulder.
We're all hoping for that, Da. We're all hoping for that.
Max glanced over her shoulder, cringed when a corpse hit the glass window, followed by a desperate scream of rage.
So, the detective standing next to her said, I'm guessing that was not your father.
Max ducked before the leg torn off another John Doe corpse could hit her in the head.
Yeah, that's not our dad, unfortunately. Then you'd better get your sister out of here before I have to arrest her for desecration of a corpse. Or multiple corpses.
Max reached out to pat the shifter cop on the shoulder as a thank you, but he jerked away from her so violently she decided not to push it. She knew that sometimes honey badgers made other shifters nervous. Besides, it was one of those days, wasn't it, when everybody was just a little more sensitive than usual.
"Put that torso down right this second, Charlie MacKilligan,"
Stevie yelled, pointing her finger at their outraged sister and using her own body to protect the poor morgue attendant.
"Right this second."
Berg walked into the room, cell phone in hand, eyes on Charlie. She stood in the middle of Vic and Livy's living room, staring blankly at the far wall. The three sisters had just returned to the apartment, but he honestly didn't know what was going on. Stevie rushed in from the kitchen with a glass of what looked like scotch on the rocks in her hand.
"Drink this, Charlie. It'll help."
Charlie's blank gaze focused on the glass of scotch, and she locked on it for several long seconds. Everyone in the room watched her watching the scotch. Berg had remained at Livy's place because he'd found the sisters a place to stay and needed to take them there. Coop, however, refused to return to his own New York apartment because he wanted to see what happens next. His exact words. Dag and Shen were still hanging around because neither had anywhere interesting to go anyway. And Vic and Livy lived here. They all watched Charlie, the room silent, until she suddenly barked, "I need to bake." Her sisters quickly moved out of her way and she disappeared into the kitchen.
"There's nothing in there," Livy called out to Charlie, "that anyone can use to bake."
She glanced at the others.
"What? I don't shop a lot."
"This is bad," Stevie said softly. "When she starts baking—"
"So," Coop guessed, "it was your dad?"
"I'm so sorry." "Oh, no." Max cut him off, her arm swinging out toward the big picture windows. "He's still out there somewhere, alive, fucking up our lives."
"Your father's not dead?"
Vic asked. Max and Stevie shook their heads.
"And your sister's upset because—"
"He's not dead."
Vic leaned back in his couch.
"Didn't see that coming."
Charlie suddenly walked back out of the kitchen, a bag of unopened flour in her hands. Do you all realize—"
Uh-oh,
Stevie said softly, her head dropping, "that the only reason we're all here is because of my father?" She pointed at Coop. "You had to cancel the rest of your world tour because of my father." She pointed at Berg. "You were shot and stabbed because of my father."
"I'm not sure we can blame him specifically."
She pointed at Livy. "You got in a fight with your cousin because of my father." Pointed at Vic. "Strangers in your apartment because of my father." She gestured between her and Max and Stevie. "Recent attempts on our lives, most likely because of our idiot father."
"We don't know," Stevie interrupted, "that Daddy had anything to do with any of this."
Her sister suddenly turned to her and stared, for a really long time, until Stevie finally admitted,
"It was probably him, but we don't know it was him. That's all I'm saying."
Making a sound of disgust, Charlie turned on her heel and walked back into the kitchen.
"Where did she find the flour?" Livy asked Vic. "We have flour?"
"I don't know why you're all mad at me," Stevie argued. "He is still our father."
"I'm not angry at you,"
Dag suddenly announced, thoughtfully gazing across the room.
"But I don't know you, so I don't have any reason to be angry at you."
A beep sound from the kitchen had Livy frowning.
"We have a microwave oven?" she asked Vic. "When did we get a microwave oven?"
A moment later, Charlie returned from the kitchen. Now she held a stainless steel mixing bowl in the crook of her left arm and a wooden spoon in her right hand, and whatever she had in that bowl was taking a hell of a beating from that spoon. "No one is angry at you, Stevie," Charlie stated, still mixing. "I don't blame you for how you feel about that idiot."
"I call him Dad,"
Stevie said to the others. "But we have a serious problem here. We're not safe while he's alive." "I could track him down," Max said. "Kill him." She glanced at Stevie. "Cry a little about doing that if it will make you feel better." Stevie's eyes narrowed.
"It wouldn't."
No. Charlie shook her head, still mixing. "I can't ask you to do that. If there's one thing our father knows how to do, it's hide. You'll never find him, and you'll just get frustrated."
"Because her frustration is everyone's main concern in this particular conversation,"
Vic muttered. "We need a safe place to hide," Charlie reasoned, her mixing arm never stopping. "With Dad still alive and the ones trying to kill us still out there, we have to find a safe house. We may have to leave New York." "I don't think they're trying to kill all of us," Max suddenly announced to Charlie. "Just you and me. I think they want Stevie alive." Charlie briefly stopped mixing. "What makes you think that?" "Well, you know, when we—" Max abruptly cut off her own words and looked around the room. You know, when we were in the Mercedes near where we picked up Stevie?" she asked vaguely. "Yeah," Charlie said. "That time they didn't try to blow us all away. They tried to negotiate, which only makes sense if they wanted Stevie." Charlie began mixing again. "Unbelievable!" she snapped. "He sold her again!" Vic's head snapped up.
"Wait, what?"
But the sisters ignored him. "We've got to get out of here," Charlie told her sisters.
"Wait,"
Berg said before they could leave.
"I have a place for you guys. A safe place."
Charlie gave him a very small smile. "I don't feel right getting you involved. You know, again."
"It's already set up. I promise you can't find a safer place."
Max snorted. "Like we haven't heard that before."
"If my brother says it's safe,"
Dag cut in,
"it's safe."
"Okay." Charlie smiled even while Max appeared not to believe a word Berg was saying. But Berg didn't care if the honey badger believed him or not. "Just give me 10 minutes to finish the cookies and we'll go." She disappeared back into the kitchen and Max pointed at Berg. "You better be right about this, or I'm going to get cranky."
"You can't find a safer place than this one,"
he promised, meaning every word. The pair stared at each other, Max sizing him up, making sure he was telling the truth until Livy threw up her hands and demanded, "Is no one else concerned about what the fuck she's using to make those cookies?" After Charlie put a plate of the most amazing honey lemon sugar cookies Berg had ever tasted in Livy's hands,
"Where in the unholy fuck did you find stuff to decorate these cookies with?"
Berg took the three women to Grand Central Station, where they caught the Long Island Railroad. None of them spoke as they headed out to Queens. Stevie pulled out a reader from her bag, giving her access to thousands of digital books. She read the entire trip and didn't say a word. Max, with a small smile on her lips, gazed at random people on the train until they got up and moved. Charlie simply stared out the window. When they arrived at the Jamaica station, they got off and Berg led them to the garage where he kept his SUV. The three women silently put their bags in the back of his vehicle and piled inside. On the drive, Stevie continued to read, Max continued to smile, Charlie continued to stare. Coop had wanted to come along on this trip, but Berg had a feeling that the sisters didn't really want to be bothered with anyone at the moment. The fact that they had to be bothered with Berg was probably a tad more than they could stand. Adding a nosy jackal would no doubt push one or all three of them over the edge. So Dag took the maestro home, and Berg was here. Berg turned onto his street. He loved this Queens neighborhood and had been grateful when he'd found it. Living in the city wasn't really his thing. He'd been raised in Washington, after all, and with his parents he was used to a much more relaxed way of life. He got out of his SUV and went to the back. He pulled out their bags just as his phone went off. Berg looked at the screen and cringed. His sister's text was in all caps. That was never good.
I'll be right back, ladies,"
he said, pointing at the house he'd secured for them.
"Why don't you guys have a look around the yard?"
Berg started across the street until he got another all-cap text. Then he ran. Charlie stood by her sisters, the three of them staring out over the Queens street that Berg had taken them to before running away like he was on fire. She briefly wondered if he'd actually come back. Considering the day she'd already had, she wouldn't be surprised to find out that this was all an elaborate setup to kill her and Max and take Stevie, and the sweet bear was the great mastermind behind it all. It would be her luck, wouldn't it?
"I guess this could be less safe,"
Max commented, her gaze examining everything quickly and closely. Charlie glanced down one side of the street and then the other. "What does that mean? What's wrong with it?" Max watched her for a moment before asking,
"We need to get your allergy meds, sweetie."
She briefly glanced at Stevie, who was staring up at the sky.
"And this one needs to be less oblivious."
"Why? What am I missing?" Charlie asked before she sniffed the air. But she couldn't detect anything. She really needed her meds. "What am I not smelling?"
"Don't sweat it," Max sighed. "It's not like we have a lot of choices."
Because, once again, their father had made choices impossible for his daughters.
"It's very nice, though," Stevie remarked. "You know, for Queens."
Max glanced at her sister.
"What do you know about Queens?" "I know about lots of places. Been to lots of places. You're not the only one who travels a lot, Maxie MacKilligan. You travel from lab to lab and mental hospital to mental hospital. Not exactly like you're taking in the scenery on your way to and from." "How do you know what I do or don't do? You're never around." "Because I know you. You're the only person I've ever met who didn't have time to notice the Eiffel Tower while in Paris. I was busy, and I'll have you know I've seen it since."
"You three the sisters?" a gruff voice asked from behind them.
Max instantly went for one of the knives she kept on her body at all times, forcing Charlie to grab her hand before she could pull one free, a skill she taught herself very early in life so that she could keep her middle sister out of juvenile detention, and then, when Max was older, prison. Stevie, also startled, screamed like she'd been stabbed, her back arching, before she flipped herself onto the nearest tree trunk, her claws digging in. With a warning hiss, she scrambled backward up into the branches, disappearing among the leaves. The gruff man who'd been standing behind them stared at the tree, wide eyes wider. Stepping in front of her middle sister, so if Max tried to stab anyone, she'd have to take Charlie out first, she held out her hand. Charlie MacKilligan, she said, introducing herself. This is my sister Max, and in the tree is Stevie. Big brown eyes focused on Charlie.
Why do you all have boy names? He asked, now appearing nervous. Not that Charlie blamed him.
My father always wanted boys, but like Henry VIII, he only got girls. Actually, Stevie explained from her hiding place in the tree, Henry had a son, and he was crowned king after his father's death, but he was sickly, didn't last long. That's when Bloody Mary—
Why is that one up in a tree?
The gruff man asked. She's a genius, so she's weird.
Is she always so jumpy? We don't like jumpy around here.
Charlie tried to think of a good answer that wouldn't lose them their temporary home before they even saw it. But before she could say a word, a bee flew by, briefly lurking around Max's face. And just like that, her sister was off. "Where are you going?" Charlie demanded. "Bees," was the only response she got back. But it was really all Charlie needed.
"She's going to be a problem,"
the gruff man said. "I know it seems that way.
We don't like her kind here."
Charlie blinked, shocked. "What did you just say to me?"
"You heard me."
Stevie's head stuck out from the leaves, and she accused, "You racist!" The gruff man frowned.
"Huh?"
"You heard me. You're a racist. And when Maxie gets back, she's going to kick your ass for it." Berg walked out from behind a house across the street and jogged over.
"Sorry about that,"
he said, coming closer.
"My sister had some issues." He smiled. "So how are we getting along?" "You didn't tell me what they were," the gruff man said.
"Yeah." Charlie couldn't help but sneer. "Two women of color must be terrifying for you." The two men looked at each other and back at Charlie.
"What are you talking about?"
Berg asked. "Apparently only Stevie can stay here in your precious neighborhood. She seems to be white enough." "And you, sir," Stevie yelled from the tree, "will not make me feel horrible for what you said. I will not take the mantle of white guilt on my shoulders, thank you very much."
Berg shook his head. "Tiny doesn't care that you're black, or that your sister's Asian. That's probably the last thing he cares about." "It really is," the gruff man sighed.
"His name is Tiny?" Charlie asked, staring up at the man. He was taller than Berg, and wider.
"Family nickname," he growled. "All Tiny cares about is that you guys are honey badgers," Berg went on. "That's going to be a problem with my neighbors," Tiny admitted, "especially the ones with hives."
"Why would that matter?" Charlie asked. She was confused until she realized Max had taken that particular moment to return to her side. A dripping honeycomb was in her hand, and hundreds of angry bees were hanging from her face like some bizarre tribal mask. "Jesus!" Charlie snapped, quickly stepping away from her sister and waving more angry bees from her own face. Max gazed blankly at her, ignoring the other bees that were still attacking her like the horde they were. "What?" Max asked. Deciding it was a waste of her time to have this discussion now, Charlie returned her attention to the men and guessed, "I see. You're all bears. This neighborhood is all bears." She grinned, proud of herself for finally figuring that out without her ability to smell. The two men glanced at each other again.
"You didn't know that?"
"Allergies," she reminded Berg.
"You couldn't tell just by looking at Tiny?"
Berg asked. "There are big, full humans everywhere. Most of them are on steroids, but still—"
"Look,"
Tiny said.
"It's nothing personal, but—" he pointed at Max. "She's already stealing from hives. That one," he pointed at Stevie, "is way too jumpy. And you," he stared at Max a moment before ending with, "you smell weird."
"I had a shower and my clothes are clean."
Berg shook his head. "He doesn't mean you smell bad. You just don't smell like a breed or species he's dealt with before. Which means you're a hybrid, and not a bear hybrid either. We only deal with bear hybrids."
"Racism!" Stevie yelled from the safety of the tree.
"It's not racism," Tiny grumbled. "But it is bigotry. Berg told him. "And you know how my sister feels about that."
The bear gave Tiny a strange, knowing smile, and Charlie briefly wondered what it meant.
"I really would hate to tell her about this. You know how she loves to lecture." "All right," Tiny cut in. "All right. But if they turn into a problem, it's on you." "Fine."
No. Charlie grabbed Berg's arm and pulled him away. "Excuse us." She dragged him across the yard until they reached the fence. "Dude, you do not want to be responsible for anything that me and my sisters, especially Max, do." She leaned in to Berg and whispered, "Trust me on this." He leaned down and whispered back,
"I appreciate your concern, but Tiny is a difficult bear. If he thinks the hives are at risk, he will not let you and your sisters, especially Max, stay."
He straightened up, smiled.
"It'll be fine."
"It won't be fine. My sisters and I attract trouble."
"I've noticed that."
"So why would you want to be part of it? Do you have poor decision-making skills?" "I bet you do."
"I don't think—"
"Look, I'll take care of this," she said, patting his chest. "Trust me." Charlie walked back until she stood right in front of Tiny. "Listen up. I'll take full responsibility for my sisters. Any damage done, any hives invaded, any bears startled into panic, it'll be all on me. I'll fix, repay, replenish, or apologize as needed. You have my word on it." She held her hand out, and after staring at it for a long moment, Tiny took it, his freakishly large fingers swallowing her hand whole.
"I trust you,"
Tiny said to Charlie, but then he locked his gaze on Max.
"But this one I don't trust."
Max shrugged, her mouth filled with stolen honeycomb. "That's probably wise." Charlie waited until Tiny and Berg turned away before cuffing her sister on the back of the head. "Idiot," she quietly snapped. She started to follow the two men, but stopped long enough to bark at Max, "And get those goddamn bees off your face." When Tiny led them into the unoccupied house, Berg grimaced a little. It had been ages since Tiny had had tenants here, and he'd not kept the place up. Even worse, he'd clearly been using it as some sort of hoarder's extra storage.
"So what do you think?"
Tiny asked. Charlie began. "You also hoarding pets here?" Max flatly asked. "Maybe some dead bodies?" Charlie grabbed her sister by the neck of her t-shirt and shoved her toward an open doorway. "Go check out the kitchen, please, and let me handle this." Her sister shrugged and walked off, and Tiny led Charlie on a tour of the house. Berg trailed behind, still cringing at every new sign of how bad this house actually was. He was suddenly glad his sister wasn't here. Britta would be all on his back over this. "How could you let Tiny show her such a shitty house? What were you thinking?" His sister had little tolerance for what she called the obliviousness of Berg and Dag, an obliviousness she prided herself on not having. "Daddy and I are the only ones who keep this family alive," she would remind her brothers. "You do realize that, don't you?" They ended up back in the living room, and Tiny began. "So what do you—"
"All right,"
Charlie cut in. "Here's the deal. Take $500 off the rent. It was way too high anyway, and we'll get this place cleaned up for you. So clean you'll actually be able to rent it for what you're trying to squeeze out of us. Plus no 30 days notice. When we leave, we leave. But before you complain, we'll give you 3 months up front and in cash. And if we leave before the 3 months, you get to keep the extra. Deal?" Tiny gazed at Charlie until he shrugged and said,
Deal?"
Berg had no idea why Tiny had made that sound like a question, but okay. With a smile, Charlie shook Tiny's hand again, turned her head, and yelled out, "Max!" Max came in from the kitchen. She'd finished the honeycomb and had cleaned off the honey and dead bees from her face. Now she had bright red, angry sting marks all over her skin. If it bothered her, she didn't let on. "What?" she asked her sister. She jerked her thumb at Tiny. "Money." With a nod, Max suddenly pulled off her t-shirt, and both Berg and Tiny backed up, hands raised.
"Now, wait a second,"
Tiny said, trying to halt her. He had a sow mate who'd tear his balls off if he even entertained the idea of taking out rent in trade. But Max shook her head. "Get over yourself," she said, before digging into her bra and taking out chunks of cash. She'd managed to place the bills in a way that made them look like actual breasts. She handed the big chunks to her sister and put her t-shirt back on. Charlie quickly counted out the cash and handed it to Tiny.
"Okay, well," Tiny blew out a breath. If you need anything, I'm down the street. Berg knows where."
"Thanks."
"And remember, Tiny," Berg added as the bear lumbered toward the front door, "they're not here. If anyone that's not from the neighborhood asks about them, let me know."
With a grunt, Tiny walked out, and Berg offered,
"You know, we've got extra bedding you can borrow over at my house, and me and my siblings can come by tomorrow to help you clean up the place. I'm sure this is all really daunting."
"Sure." She smiled at him. "And I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything you've done. After the day I've had, you are my only bright spot. Thank you."
"No problem."
Now. He should ask her out now. Mostly because he didn't know when she'd leave. She'd paid for 3 months, but he got the feeling she'd only done that because she didn't expect to be here 3 months, and she didn't want any complaining from Tiny.
So...
Sensing he was being watched, Berg glanced down and to his left. Max stood right next to him, gazing up at him. He then looked to his right and down. Stevie watched him, eyes narrow in distrust. But when she realized he was staring back, she forced a smile that just made him feel terribly uncomfortable. Maybe this wasn't the best time to ask Charlie out. Yeah, probably not.
"Okay, well, see you tomorrow."
Charlie watched the bear walk out of their temporary home, the front door closing behind him. Alone with her sisters, she let out a breath and looked around the room. "You said we'd clean this place?" Max asked. With an eye roll, Charlie snapped, "Don't worry, I wasn't including you. I know how much you hate to, help. As long as we're clear." "I can help," Stevie said, grabbing the first thing she saw. "I can organize or, put stuff in a pile. Or I can—" "Or," Charlie quickly cut in, "you can relax. Let me handle this." "Charlie, this is a lot of stuff, and you have to be as tired as—" "Let me handle it. I'll give you guys things to do later." "Sure you will," Max snorted and disappeared up the stairs. Stevie just shook her head and went toward the kitchen. Once they were gone, Charlie let out a relieved sigh. Now she could see what needed to be done and handle it. It wasn't that she didn't trust her sisters or Berg to help her. It was just that people tended to get in her way when they thought they were helping, and everyone always needed some kind of direction. It was just easier for her to take care of it herself. What Charlie didn't understand was why everyone insisted on acting like that very sound reasoning was somehow wrong. The house was way bigger than Max had realized. Old, but very nice. It just needed to be cleaned. Something she was sure her sister could easily handle. Charlie wasn't one for sitting around doing nothing. Max picked a room with a window seat. She sat down and stared out at the quiet Queen's Street. The big bear, who she felt positive really liked Charlie, came by with fresh bedding and towels, handing it off to Stevie. Sadly, though, Max couldn't concentrate on much, like the bears and all the hives they had around this street. She shook her head. Her father wasn't dead. How could she concentrate enough on anything when people were still after them? And now they were on a street filled with bears. For their safety. Charlie would try to fix this on her own, but nope. They needed backup. They needed friends. Pulling her phone from her back pocket, Max hit speed dial and waited for the other side to connect.
"Is he dead?" a low voice asked without even a hello.
Max smiled. "Sadly, no. And we're in trouble." The low chuckle she knew so well.
"Of course you are. I'm across country, but I'm on my way." And there's one other thing I heard about your father that I think I should tell you."
Max closed her eyes and sighed. Chapter 7. The front door slammed open, and Berg dropped his head so he could focus exclusively on his breakfast. Dag tried to do the same thing, but his plate was already empty, so he tried to make a run for it. But their triplet was already in the kitchen doorway, snarling like an angry sow, which was exactly what she was at the moment. "That woman!" she snapped, pushing Dag back into the kitchen. "That obsessive, crazy woman!" He knew she meant Coop's oldest sister, Tony Jean-Louis Parker Reed, a jackal that he now realized made a grizzly sow look like a crack-addicted mom. She was so protective of her siblings. Britta dropped her travel bag and purse to the floor. "She was on my ass from the time I met her at the airport in Milan, through dealing with local authorities about the attack, until I was finally able to shake her at JFK. And the whole time she's freaking out on me." She pointed an accusing finger at Berg. "And you left me with her." "You said you could handle her," Berg reminded her. "We all know I think highly of myself and think very little of everyone else. But this time I didn't realize the depths of her crazy." She pulled out a chair and dropped hard into the seat. She looked around at the table and reached over to snatch bacon off his plate. He growled in warning. "Don't even start with me," she bellowed. They ate in silence, and Dag made more bacon and toast for their sister and Berg. After several cups of coffee and the food, his sister's entire demeanor changed. Britta relaxed in her chair, one foot resting on the opposite thigh. "So what are we up to today?" Amazing what a little food and coffee could do for a grizzly female. "I'm going over to help out Charlie and her sisters." Britta rubbed her nose with the back of her fist. "Who's Charlie?" Dag, still eating, poured honey onto a slice of wheat toast. "The woman who almost got him killed." "You met her again? How?" Britta leaned forward. "Was she still naked?" "Sadly, no," Dag said with a grin. "Why is she here?" Britta asked. "Did you track her down and bring her here?" Insulted by even the suggestion. "Of course not." "But he did get Tiny to give her the old house across the street so he can easily stalk her." Berg glared at his triplet. "Why are you talking?" Dag wrapped his big hands around an oversized coffee mug. "I just find it fascinating what you're doing for this woman. It's so unlike you." "I'm helpful," Berg argued. "I help where I can. I'm beloved." Dag and Britta quickly looked away from each other, and Berg knew they were trying not to openly laugh in his face, something he did appreciate. A sound at the kitchen doorway attracted their attention. They watched as their 200-pound Caucasian bear dog, or Caucasian shepherd, depending on who you asked, stretched and yawned before briefly sitting so he could use his back paw to scratch his neck and jaw. When he was done, he moved beside Britta, placed his paws on the table, and leaned over until he could grab the entire pile of bacon Dag had made. Then he disappeared into the other room to eat in peace. The siblings refocused on each other, and Britta asked Berg, "You know, you said this woman was a shifter, but you never told me what she is." "She's a hybrid," he said, trying to keep it simple. "Hybrid what?" Berg spun his answer carefully. "She said her mother was wolf." "Eh!" The entire left side of Britta's face twisted in annoyance and disgust. Like most bears, she had little tolerance for wolves, something that should distract his sister for quite a— "But her father is Honey Badger," Dag volunteered. Britta threw up her hands. "Really?" she asked Berg. Berg, at the same time, threw up his hands. "Really?" he asked Dag. Charlie opened the front door, and 3 very large people who looked almost exactly alike stood on her porch. She briefly wondered how that would be, having siblings who actually looked like each other. She and her sisters each resembled their mothers, thankfully. Charlie disliked her father so much she would not like to see his mug staring back at her from the bathroom mirror every day. "Hi," she said with a smile. It surprised her that not only was she not unhappy to see Berg, but she was actually glad to see him.
"Hey."
Berg held up a bucket filled with cleaning supplies.
"We've come to help."
"Sure, come on in." She stepped back and let the trio into her home. The males had to duck to clear the doorway. The female didn't, but her brown and gold hair nearly got snagged on the doorframe. Berg walked farthest into the house, pausing in the living room. He stopped. He stared, then disappeared through the hallway to the kitchen. A few moments later, he came back in and gawked at Charlie. "What?" she finally asked.
"Where is it?"
"What?"
"The mess. The hoarder mess that Tiny left you with."
"Oh, that. I cleaned it up. Started yesterday. Worked late into the night. Slept a couple of hours and got up around 3 or so and finished. Looks pretty good, too, right? I put all his junk in the garage so he can pick through it at his leisure." Max walked into the room holding a jar of honey. She used a spoon to ladle big gobs into her mouth.
"I don't understand," Berg said. "How did you three get this all done so quickly?"
Max gave a short laugh and set around the spoon in her mouth. "3? This is all her. We didn't do anything." "Not true," Charlie reminded her. "You two cleaned your bedrooms. So we could go to sleep before you did."
"So you cleaned this house by yourself?"
Berg asked Charlie.
"Well, but I told you we'd be back today to help. Why didn't you wait?"
Yeah, sis," Max taunted. "Explain to him why you didn't wait." "Shut up," Charlie told Max. She didn't need to yell it. She knew Max understood without yelling. She focused on Berg. It was just easier
"To do it by yourself? Really?"
"I could just get in there and get it done. Easy peasy." "I get it," the woman said. "If you do it yourself, you get it done the way you want without having to constantly explain or give direction." "Yes, thank you. Because you're the only one who can do it perfectly. Everyone else is a fuck-up." "Yes! Wait. No." Berg shook his head.
"Fell into my sister's trap. This is Britta, by the way. And you remember Dag?"
Feeling stupid, Charlie admitted, "It's not my fault that people can't take basic direction. I can tell them, I can write shit out, I can give them diagrams, and they still do it wrong. It's just easier for me to do it myself. So I do. It's nothing personal."
"It's not?"
"It's not personal."
"Did you get to the outside?"
Berg asked, probably trying to head off an argument. "What's outside?" she asked.
"Trees. Plants. Right now it looks like you live in Grey Gardens."
"Oh. Yeah, you can do that." Because Charlie didn't care about what was outside. She'd only said she'd take care of the inside. The outside, in her opinion, was not her problem. "Thank you." Chuckling and still sort of shaking his head, Berg walked off through the house, his siblings following after him. Max, leaning against a wall, her jar of honey nearly finished, began counting. 5, 4, 3, 2. A panicked, hysterical scream, followed by bear growls. Stevie ran into the living room and dove under one of the couches, where she would stay for, most likely, a while. "There are bears!" she screamed from under the couch. "There are bears in our house! Why are there bears in our house?" Charlie scratched her forehead and faced Max. "Any word on Dad?" "Not yet." "Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Max shrugged. "Because I probably am." "Is what you're hiding going to give me a migraine?" "Yes." "Then keep it to yourself for now." "That was my plan." "Does no one care that there are bears in our house?" Stevie screeched. Max glanced out one of the windows. Berg walked by on the other side. "How long are we going to stay here, anyway?" "Until we at least know what's going on." "Why? You don't like it here?" Max shrugged. "I'd rather be in the city. This is the burbs." "It'll be nice. We can live like normal people for once." Stevie poked her head out. "Did you hear that?"
chittering. There are squirrels in this neighborhood. Squirrels!
She went deeper under the couch. Max licked the back of her spoon.
Yep, just like normal people.
Berg slapped at the hand rubbing his head from the tree limb above him.
Stop messing around and get back to work. I have been working for hours, and now I'm tired,
Dag complained.
And hungry.
He patted Berg's head again. Fed up, Berg grabbed his brother's arm and yanked him from the tree, slamming him to the ground. He was about to lay into him when Charlie called out, "You guys hungry?" Berg ran over his brother's chest to get to the metal table on the patio right outside the back of the house. There was a plastic red-checkered tablecloth spread out, and fresh food in big aluminum trays. A lot of food. Berg had almost reached the table when Britta stepped in front of him and shoved him back with her shoulder. "Me first," she said, smiling. "Sit," Charlie offered, her hand indicating the metal chairs. "Did you make all this?" Britta asked. "I made the call that brought all this food here. That's kind of the same, right?" Britta, a consummate food orderer herself, laughed and sat down. Max brought out another platter of food, and Charlie glanced back at her, tossing over her shoulder, "You guys go ahead and get started." She stopped talking when she saw that the Dunn bears had already started. Food was piled on their plates, mouths already full, chewing having already commenced. "Oh." She blinked a few times. "All right."
"Sorry,"
Berg said around his food. "No need to apologize." Charlie sat down on the bench opposite them. "You've done so much work, I'm not surprised you're hungry."
"The place looks great," Max said, straddling the bench. "I had no idea we had a pool."
"All bear homes have a pool, or a hot tub. Some have both. Most of us really like water."
"This is a bear home?" She gave a small frown. "You barely cleared the doorways."
"The house was originally built for black bears. You'll find a few fox homes down the block. I practically have to crawl through their doorways."
"Where's Stevie?" Charlie asked. Max, reaching for a pre-made honey salmon sandwich, shrugged. Charlie forced a smile. "Excuse me a moment." She went inside, and for a few seconds there was nothing but silence. Then yelling. Lots of yelling. 3 minutes later, Charlie returned. She had her arms around her sister's waist and was carrying her like a panicked cat she was trying to take to the vet. Stevie's arms and legs stuck straight out, and there was hissing. "Put me down!" Stevie demanded. "You need to eat." "It's not my diet I'm worried about." "You're being overdramatic. Stop it." "I will not stay out here," Stevie screeched, legs and arms now swinging wildly. "I will not be eaten. My brain is too important for future societies to allow it to be eaten." If Max noticed any of what was going on, she didn't show it, focusing instead on her sandwich and the bag of honey barbecued chips she'd opened. But Berg and his siblings were fascinated. "Look," Charlie ordered her sister, aiming the woman at the Dunns. "They already have food. There is no reason to eat you." "Are you insane? They're bears." "J'accuse!" Max suddenly announced. Then she laughed. Berg got the feeling she was having her own conversation in her head. "Stevie, I would never let anyone hurt you," Charlie calmly reminded her sister. "Not now, not ever. So please, eat something. You haven't eaten all day, and I really don't want to do that intravenous thing again, do you?" "You sure she took her meds?" Max asked, not even glancing at either sister. "Stop acting like I hear voices," Stevie said. "You don't?" "I have a panic disorder, not schizophrenia." "Then act like you've got some sense and sit down." Max slid down the bench, and Charlie placed Stevie in the open spot. She was a cute little thing, not like her sisters at all. Max was petite but powerfully built, and there was something about her that screamed sex. He wasn't sure why. Berg wasn't attracted to her. To be honest, she scared him a little. The way that she looked at the world. It was like watching those full lions on the Serengeti, like she was an apex predator and the rest of the world was just her available prey. and Charlie. She really seemed less shifter than any of them. If Berg couldn't smell it on her and hadn't seen her in action in Milan, he'd never guessed that was what she was. She was too calm, too reasonable, and definitely gorgeous. All those soft brown curls framing her perfectly proportioned face, those dark eyes that looked at everything with curiosity and warmth, and that strong but soft body that he knew could handle all sorts of things. Nope. He had to stop thinking about all the things her body could possibly do, especially with his sister and brother sitting on either side of him. But Stevie wasn't like either sister. Medium height, but so thin. He had the feeling her sisters often had to force her to eat. Was she one of those sad women who worried about their weight constantly, who flipped out when they ate a whole muffin or counted every calorie, not for health reasons, but because, God forbid, they should gain a pound in a world of thigh gaps and giant asses that had to be medically enhanced because those women didn't eat enough to get an ass like that on their own? Her blonde hair reached past her shoulders, but she clearly dyed it that color because the roots were returning to their natural brown, white, and... Wait, orange? Did she naturally have orange hair? The only breed he knew who had that color hair, if they were particularly unlucky, were tigers. Was she part tiger? Tiger and honey badger together? What did that mean about little Stevie? Frail-looking, easily panicked, but surprisingly sharp-eyed Stevie. "Want me to ladle out your food for you?" Max asked Stevie.
"I can get my own food, thank you very much."
"You sure, sweetie?" Max gently patted her sister on the back, and Berg could tell it did nothing but irritate Stevie. "I can spoon-feed you if you'd like. Make plain sounds and everything." "I have hated you since I met you," Stevie screamed in her sister's face.
"You have no idea what true hate is."
While the pair screamed, Charlie took it upon herself to put small amounts of food on a paper plate and place it in front of Stevie. The youngest of the sisters began eating while still yelling at Max, unaware that Charlie had put together her meal for her. "Drinks," Charlie said, realizing what she'd forgotten. She pointed at a cooler. "I bought a bunch of stuff since I didn't know what you guys would want. There's iced tea, bottled water, soda, beer, and wine." Dag jumped up and went to the cooler. "Beer." "Wine," Britta said, holding out her hands for Dag to toss her a bottle. Berg was in the middle of swallowing a big bite of his sandwich, so he didn't answer right away, assuming he could just get what he wanted once he was sure he wouldn't choke on the food. "Don't you want something to drink?" Charlie pushed, appearing concerned. Did she think he was like her sister and needed someone to put food on his plate? "If there's nothing you like in there, I can get something else. We have other stuff in the kitchen, or I can order more stuff if you want." Berg, still chewing, gazed at her. He'd never met a fellow shifter so helpful before. It was as if she couldn't stop herself. "Well?" she pushed again when he didn't answer. Berg pointed at his mouth, chewed a few more times, and finally swallowed. "Water's fine." She smiled, almost in relief. "I have water, sparkling and flat." Dag slammed a bottle of water in front of Berg's plate before sitting down in his own spot and getting back to his food. Berg pointed at the bottle. "This is fine." "Okay, great." "Are you going to sit down and eat?" Britta asked, taking her wine opener off her keyring and pulling the cork from the bottle. "Of course." "Then do it," Berg said. "I want to see you sit down and eat." "What? You don't think I can?" "No," the Dunns replied as one. Max and Stevie had stopped fighting and now watched their sister, their expressions curious. Charlie looked from one to the other until she'd examined the entire table. "None of you think I can just sit down and enjoy a meal?" "No," they all said, even her sisters. She glanced over her shoulder, and Berg was guessing she had planned to go back into the house and do something else once she got everybody eating and drinking. Giving them all one more look, she slowly, oh so slowly, sat down on the bench beside Stevie.
"Need us to make a plate for you, dear?" Stevie asked.
Narrowed eyes glared. "I can get my own food, thanks." They silently watched as Charlie put food on her plate and got up so she could grab a beer from the cooler. She used her bare hand to remove the beer cap and took a swig. But it wasn't until she took a bite of her steak sandwich that they all went back to eating their own food. As Charlie predicted, to herself anyway, Stevie finally relaxed around the bears once she got to know them, contributing to the conversation just like a person who had an average IQ. Of course, that's what Charlie always loved about Stevie. She might be one of the smartest humans in the known universe, but around the normals, as Max called everyone else, she didn't act superior. She seemed like anyone else who had a panic disorder and the occasional bout of deep depression that required additional medications. But Stevie hadn't had a bout of that depression in quite a while, thankfully. "Okay," Britta said, nursing her third glass of wine. "You're half wolf and half honey badger. And you're half tiger and honey badger?" Stevie nodded. "Really? Because you don't seem like either." "Pray you keep thinking that way," Max muttered, and Charlie looped her arm behind Stevie and smacked their middle sister in the back of the head.
"I think of myself as kind of a liger," Stevie explained. "Even though ligers are composed of two of the strongest apex predators in the world, they are surprisingly gentle and sweet-natured, despite their enormous size."
"So the badger and tiger cancel each other out?"
"Mostly," she replied, which made Max snort.
Again, Charlie slapped her sister in the back of the head. "But not you?" Britta asked Charlie.
"But not me what?"
"Did your two sides cancel each other out?"
"I wouldn't say that.
It's more like they found a way to work together. Like uranium and Oppenheimer," Max crowed. Stevie pointed her bottle of water at Max, eyes narrowing.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Do I really have to explain it? To you, I mean?" "So you're all bears," Charlie quickly interjected before her sisters could expand their bickering to a full-blown knife fight with the plastic cutlery. Britta smirked because she understood exactly what Charlie was doing, but the two males frowned at her. Yeah, we're bears," Berg said.
"And triplets. That's rare, isn't it?"
"For bears or people?" Charlie thought a moment before replying. "Both, I guess."
"Triplets are very rare for both," Stevie said while eating her salad, "unless your mother had in vitro fertilization."
The triplets shook their heads.
"Then yes," Stevie went on, "very rare. In fact, statistically, I don't want to hear statistics," Max rudely cut in.
Stevie's right eye twitched.
"Maybe everyone else does."
"They don't." And boom, they started yelling at each other again. But it was so hysterical and stupid that Charlie couldn't even make out what they were saying. "Any sign of your father?" Berg suddenly asked when there was a brief pause in the yelling, and Charlie wanted to kiss him, because if anything could waylay a Stevie-Max fight, it was their idiot father. Charlie shook her head and went to the cooler to get another beer. "Unfortunately, no. He's a true weasel," Max stated. "I've never met anyone who can weasel their way out of more bad situations than our father."
"I couldn't believe he wasn't in that morgue," Charlie said, sitting back down in her spot. "I was so disappointed."
Stevie let out a small sigh.
"Me too."
"Is he really that bad?" "Britta," Berg said low, shaking his head at his sister. "What? It was just a question. I'm curious." "Don't be. It's none of our business." "Charlie doesn't mind talking shit about our father." Max opened a jar of honey-covered peanuts. "It's like a pastime for her." "I don't go out of my way to talk about him." She closed her eyes as that angry feeling washed over her.
"But he makes me so crazy."
She pointed her finger at the three bears. "And I refuse to live a codependent existence with that man." Max snorted. "She learned that word in 9th grade, and she hasn't let it go since."
I haven't let it go because it perfectly explains why he is the way he is. Everyone has a codependent relationship with that idiot, and that's how he keeps starting shit and getting into shit, and I refuse to be a party to that, and I'm not letting you two be a party to that. And the way to avoid it is honesty. People ask me what my dad's like, and I tell them, he's a scumbag. We all have issues with our parents. Don't get me started on my mother. Please don't, Berg suddenly begged, both he and Dag imploring Britta with their eyes. Britta nodded. Fine. But what terrible thing exactly has your father done to you guys? Everything, the sisters said in unison. Oh, come on. You've got to be more specific than that. Britta, Berg growled as Dag reached over and took the wine bottle away from her. I wasn't done with that, she complained. Yes, you are. You want to know what my father's done? Charlie asked. Berg shook his head. You don't have to say. But she didn't let him finish, instead flipping her hand over, palm up, and gesturing to Stevie. Her baby sister shrugged. He ruined my credit by the time I was 6. Britta cringed. Oh, okay, that's... When my mom died, Charlie explained, she left each of us some insurance money. Mine was for college. Dad asked to borrow it. I never went to college, not even community. Well, he used my baby picture, Max announced, to sell non-existent Asian babies to infertile couples desperate to adopt. Oh. Britta's expression became even more horrified. Oh, my God. He's the reason Max's mom is in prison, Charlie tossed in. Stevie took another sip of water. As my legal guardian, which he wasn't, Charlie added, he sold all the rights to my early music. Music that is now worth millions and millions of dollars. I haven't seen a cent from any of it. Max popped more peanuts into her mouth before noting, You hear her music in expensive car commercials all the time. And he sold it for, what was it, Charlie? 50 grand. Right, 50 grand. 50 grand that I never saw a cent from. Because he was going to pay it back to you after he got his business off the ground, Charlie reminded her. Oh, yes, the can't-fail business that turned out to be a pyramid scheme that also bilked the elderly out of a few million. None of which he managed to make any money from, Charlie added. But he also managed not to get any prison time, Max chuckled. Everybody else went to jail but him. Yeah, Britta finally agreed. That is definitely the worst. And remember that time he accidentally, Max asked her sisters, making air quotes with her fingers, sold me into domestic slavery? How the fuck did he do that accidentally? Dag demanded. How did he put it again, Charlie? That he thought he was just hiring you out as a playmate for their children. Yeah, like they were 14th century Russian princes, Stevie replied. But, Max continued, as soon as he dropped me off at the family's house, they handed me an iron, a basket full of clothes, and told me to get to work. You poor thing. Britta shook her head. How long before someone got you? No one came to get me. Wait. Charlie raised her hand. Let's be clear here. We didn't have time to get you. That's true, Max admitted with a smile. As soon as they handed me that iron, I beat the husband with it and then proceeded to tear the wife's face off with my claws. I left them crying, screaming, and bleeding with the kids trying to call the cops. Berg and his siblings stared at Max until Berg asked, How old were you? 12, right? 11, corrected Stevie, the keeper of all specifics. Not hard with her brain. I went through puberty a little early, Max added to explain an 11-year-old shifter with claws. What happened after you got away? Max shrugged. No idea. Dad took off with the 30 grand he got for me, and I walked back to the pack house in Wisconsin. Where was this family? Utah. You walked back by yourself? Britta asked. It wasn't the first time. But Charlie didn't want to talk about that long-ago incident. That was one story the three sisters didn't really discuss with anyone but each other.
the story about her mom's death. Not now, not ever. It was too close to their hearts. And yet, Charlie pointed out to change the subject, our father is the only con I know who never makes any money from his cons.
How is that possible?
Berg asked. Because he's an idiot. I thought we made that clear.
But what about the money he stole from you guys?
Well, that 30 grand he got from me only lasted him about a week, Max said. I think he blew it at the Greyhound track in Florida, and probably on some hookers. He does love prostitutes, Charlie sighed. And the money he got for the adoption scam, dear old Freddie got scammed out of that by the woman he was working with. Max sighed, because he is that stupid. Plus, because of that particular scam, he's no longer allowed in Florida, Charlie said, trying to remember.
You can be banned from a state?
Britta asked. Don't know. But when you have enough warrants for your arrest, and enough loan sharks desperate to see you dead, I'd say you're not allowed back into a particular state.
He's also not allowed in Budapest or France or Germany, Stevie added.
God, Budapest! Max shook her head. That turned into an international incident. And yet, Charlie said, throwing her hands up, he still managed not to make any money. Max and Stevie eventually wandered off, and Dag and Britta went back to bagging the rest of the dead plants and clippings from the yard. Berg stayed behind and helped Charlie clear off the picnic table and put the few extras left in the refrigerator. I thought there'd be more left, she said, gazing at the near-empty containers on her kitchen table.
You just fed bears. You're lucky you have arms.
She smiled. I know you're teasing, but you may want to keep those jokes to yourself when Stevie's around.
Is she really afraid of us?
My Stevie's afraid of all sorts of things. She can't help it. She's been through a lot.
What kind of music did she write?
Music?
She said something about your father selling her music.
Oh, yeah. She was a music prodigy when she was young. Taught herself piano by the time she was 3, I think. Wrote a full symphony by the time she was 6, and conducted the St. Petersburg Orchestra by the time she was 7.
That's amazing. That's why Coop knew her.
Yeah, but she gave it all up a long time ago.
Because of her father?
Surprisingly, no. Too much pressure, Charlie said, taking the leftovers he handed her and placing them in the refrigerator. All that performing, all those demands. She lost her love of music. So she went into something a little easier.
What's that?
Physics and math. Turns out she's a prodigy in that, too. I, however, barely passed algebra, and Max's biology teacher threw one of those dead dissection frogs at her. Berg opened his mouth to ask why her teacher would do that, but what came out was, "Want to go out sometime?" Frowning, Charlie turned from the refrigerator and faced him.
Huh? You know, a date. Dinner. Maybe a movie. Without our siblings.
Charlie's frown deepened, and she asked, "Why?" Now it was Berg's turn to frown.
You don't seem insecure.
I'm not.
Then why are you asking why?
If we didn't know each other, I would totally get why you'd ask me out. I mean, there's a definite spark between us. On some weird level, we do get each other. But you do know me.
Yeah. And?
And why would you want to get involved with me? I'm cursed. Berg straightened up.
Pardon?
I'm cursed. Some think the whole family is cursed, but I'm sure it's just my father, and his curse was passed down to his daughters.
Berg chuckled. You don't really believe that.
She stared at him, so he guessed.
You do really believe that.
It explains everything. We're basically nice people. Well, me and Stevie. And yet you met me when I was running for my life. And just so we're clear, I've run for my life more than once.
But it sounds like maybe that's all your father's fault.
That doesn't mean you're cursed, doesn't it? She pressed her hand against his arm. Look, you are such a sweet guy, and your siblings are awesome. There's no way I'd infect you with the family curse."
"So you don't date?"
"Oh, I date, but only men I can barely stand. That way if bad things happen to them, I won't care. You, I'd care. And I wouldn't want to risk triplets becoming twins because you have questionable taste in women." Not knowing how to respond to that, Berg just stood there, staring at a closed refrigerator. He didn't even realize that Charlie had gone until the cabinet over the refrigerator opened up and Stevie waved at him.
"What are you doing?"
he asked. "I was trying to nap."
"A bed was not an option?"
"That's for when I sleep, not nap." Berg blew out a breath.
"I don't know how to respond to that either."
"She shot you down, huh?" Stevie asked, even though they both knew the answer.
"Like an Allied plane over Germany."
"I know it's hard to believe, but it just means she really likes you." "No, seriously," she insisted when Berg snorted. "What's serious?" Max asked, walking into the room with her face again covered in bees and honey.
"I thought Tiny said no stealing from hives,"
Berg reminded her.
"Who said I stole anything?"
"Charlie shot him down," Stevie whispered, loudly.
"I saw that coming."
Max slapped her face, killing several bees in the process.
"She doesn't want to pass on the curse."
"There is no curse," Berg insisted.
"It's really hard to look at our lives and not think there's a curse."
"I'm not saying you guys haven't had some hard luck. But curses? Seriously? It's more like your father is just an asshole."
"He's definitely an asshole."
Max walked to the sink and washed the bees off her face.
"But our sister also believes she's cursed, and no one is going to change her mind just by telling her she's not being logical. She's never logical when it comes to our father."
Max dried off her face with a paper towel, but when she turned around, Berg had to look away.
"Don't worry," she promised. "The swelling goes down in no time."
"Good to know."
"Look," Max said, "our sister has a lot going on, and that's been her life since birth. She takes care of everybody. That's what she does. But we want her to know what it's like to be normal."
"Because she's too involved in your lives?"
"Oh, God, no. We thank every deity that exists for each other. Charlie's the reason I'm not doing hard time in a federal prison, and I'm not making meth because of her."
Berg looked up into the cabinet Stevie was still ensconced in, and she explained,
"My father once sold me to a Peruvian drug lord because, and I'm quoting, 'you're good with science.' But thankfully Charlie didn't let that happen." "And somewhere there's a Peruvian drug lord who wishes he still had 2 hands," Max muttered.
Then she laughed. When Berg didn't join in, she went on,
"We just want the best for our sister. She clearly likes you because she doesn't want you cursed."
"There is no curse,"
Berg said again.
"And you seem refreshingly normal. You have siblings that haven't actively tried to have you killed. Your sister complains about her mom in that cute, normal way, without malice or the desire to track her down and kill her. You could be really good for her."
"And she'll be the best thing that's ever come into your life," Stevie told him plainly.
"But you guys make me sound so boring."
"Yes," Max said flatly. "Very boring is a man who can shift to a 1,500-pound bear."
"It's only 1,000 pounds. Polar bears shift to 1,500.
Max gazed at him a long moment before stating,
"Well, that proves your point."
"Normal is not dull," Stevie said. "I've had whole days that were normal. I go to work, I come home, I order in some Chinese. Normal." She closed her eyes and let out a big sigh. "It's awesome."
"Yeah," Max said. "I really don't have normal, but I've come to accept that I won't. But my sister, she wants us to have normal, to be happy, to not be in prison, to not be serving any drug lords. And she's sacrificed a lot to help us with that. So I think you should spend some time with her and find out if you really like her."
"But she clearly told me no, she wasn't going to date me."
"Date?" Max sneered. "Dude, you're a shifter. You don't date.
You just hang around until before you know it, you're part of her life and she can't bring herself to get rid of you.
You mean like a stray dog?
Or a stray cat. Either one would do us fine. If it turns out you spend some time with her and she's really not for you, or vice versa, you walk away, like normal people do. Not like my dad, who has set a house or two on fire when he's been kicked out on his ass. Max walked around the kitchen table until she stood next to Berg. But if you do like our sister, then you dig in there, Fido.
I am not a dog.
No, Stevie noted, but dogs and bears are very similar genetically. Berg faced the badger-tiger mix, his arms crossed. He was tall enough that he didn't even have to look up at her. He stared her right in the eyes. After a full minute, she reached out and grabbed the cabinet door and slowly closed it. "Just give it a shot," Max said.
Well?
Charlie walked into the kitchen and held up her phone. "Why is Aunt Bernice calling me?" Max shook her head. "I have no idea." She paused. "Unless she knows—" "Unless she knows what?" "Nothing." Charlie sighed. "What did he do?" "Charlie, just tell me," Charlie ordered, her hand gesturing. "Do it. Just tell me what he did." Max let out a breath, then announced, "Our father hacked into our uncle's bank account and stole 100 million British sterling." Charlie gazed at her sister as long as Berg had stared at Stevie. Finally, she asked, "Which uncle?" "Charlie, which uncle?" "Will." "He stole from Uncle Will?" "Yes." Charlie's shoulders slumped and her head dropped. For a long moment, Berg thought maybe she was crying, until Charlie's head snapped up and she bellowed, "Everybody out! I need to bake!" Stevie scrambled out of the cabinet, climbing on Berg's shoulders and down his back so she could run out the back door. Max simply sauntered out. She acted like she had all the time in the world, but she still left, and without saying a word or making a joke. That just left Charlie and Berg. "Why are you still here?" she asked him.
"I just wanted to let you know I'm here if you need me."
"Oh, really?" she said with a huge amount of sarcasm. "You just happen to have 100 million British sterling lying around your house somewhere so I can pay back my psychotic uncle who's a gangster? Is that what you mean?"
No. But I really like baked goods, and I'm willing to test your food for you."
Charlie blinked, appearing stunned, before one side of her mouth curled the tiniest bit. "I'll keep that in mind," she promised before motioning him away with her hands.
"And I'm always hungry,"
he teasingly added before walking out the back door. He smiled a little when he heard her give a small chuckle. But as soon as he stepped around the side of the house, Stevie jumped in front of him. He took a step back, startled by her sudden appearance. "Did—" She glanced at the house and back at Berg. "Did I just hear my sister laugh?"
"Yeah,
a little one." "Laugh? Now? After hearing what my father did? And knowing how bad this is going to be? And you made her laugh?"
"It wasn't a guffaw or anything. It was more a light chuckle, but yeah, I guess. Why?"
Stevie abruptly grabbed Berg's t-shirt and brutally ordered, "You stray dog this, Berg! You stray dog this!"
Okay."
Then she was gone, into a nearby tree, because that was normal. Britta moved over to his side. "Everything all right?" she asked.
"Weird, but all right."
Then Berg felt the need to add,
"Although that just applies to us. For them, it's weird and bad."
"How bad?"
100 million British sterling bad."
Britta's mouth dropped open. How was that even possible?
"Apparently their father has a way."
He motioned toward their house with a jerk of his head.
"Do me a favor, sis. Look into it."
Chapter 8. Max gazed down at the kitchen table, which was covered in all sorts of baked goods, from simple sugar cookies to complicated breads and desserts. Her sister had been up all night making this food. Stevie tried meditation and yoga to relax. Max got into fights with bees. And Charlie baked. "What are we supposed to do with all this?" Max asked Stevie. "I mean, I can pack it away, but even I can't eat this much before it all goes bad." "I'm half Siberian tiger and I can't eat all this." "What would normal people do with this much food?" Stevie thought a moment. "Give it to friends and family." "We don't speak to our family, and we have very few friends." Charlie walked into the kitchen and held up her phone. "I'm going in," she announced. Max rolled her eyes. "Just 'cause that old bitch called doesn't mean you need to call her back. We need to know what she knows. I doubt she knows much of anything. It's not like the two sides of the family are chatty. Uncle Will is probably blaming the American side for what Freddie did." "Our stateside kin would have never helped him, any more than we would. Maybe she just wants information since Will won't tell her anything." "Which is kind of rude," Stevie complained, "coming to us for information when she didn't even invite us to her daughter's wedding." Charlie frowned. "Who's getting married?" The youngest one. Carrie, I think. They're in New York for the whole event right now. The future hubby is apparently very rich." Charlie smiled. "Then I'm sure Bernice wouldn't want anything to fuck with her daughter's perfect society wedding." "You mean like Dad showing up to start shit?" Max asked. "That's exactly what I mean." Charlie placed the phone on the table and hit redial, turning on the speaker. Then they all leaned in and waited. "So is your father dead or not?" their aunt asked without any preamble, not even a hello. "Nope," Charlie replied. "Not dead. Very much alive from what we can tell." "Just great," Bernice snarled. Max imagined her aunt pacing one of the grand rooms in her Rhode Island home. The wedding might be in Manhattan, but Bernice was one of the Rhode Island wealthy due to a very advantageous marriage in her youth. And that was the only way Max could visualize her. "Do you know where he is? Is he still in New York?" "No idea," Charlie said. Then, after glancing at her sister, she added, "He could jump out at any time with one of his crazy schemes, asking all your rich friends for money. When he's not picking their pockets or stealing their jewelry off their necks in front of cameras. It will be fabulous. Is the New York Times going to report on it all for you? I'm sure they have access to Dad's last 16 mugshots from around the world." There was silence, then a muffled scream from the other end of the phone, and, silently, Max and Stevie laughed hysterically. Stevie slid down the refrigerator until she sat on the floor, arms around her middle. Max leaned over the kitchen table, her head resting on the wood. Charlie, of course, stayed focused on the phone. "He needs to be found," her aunt finally stated. "And I need smaller tits," Charlie told her. "But we don't always get what we want." "Do you know what's going on right now, little miss?" Charlie leaned in a little and said, "No. What could be going on right now?" "My daughter is getting married." "Oh, a family wedding? But that can't be, because we weren't invited, and we are family, right?" Now Max was still on the table, but on her back, her legs kicking out like a crazy toddler's. She couldn't help it. This was the best. Her sister was the absolute best. "It was nothing personal," Bernice lied. "We just don't like any of you." Now all three sisters were laughing out loud, no longer bothering to hide it anymore. Because although it was true that Bernice didn't like any of them, they were also the only ones she could truly be herself with. The socialites never saw the true Bernice MacKilligan Anderson Cummings. Clearing her throat to stop the laughter, Charlie told her aunt, "My sisters and I are well aware of your feelings about us, so good luck with my dad." She reached down to disconnect the call. "Don't hang up," Bernice ordered. Then softly she added, "Please." Charlie pulled her hand back and rested both arms on the table.
Yes? Your father needs to be found. I can't afford for him to just show up at my daughter's wedding. This is too important. And what do you want from us? For you to find him, for you to manage him. We are not our father's keeper, Charlie stated with absolute conviction. You'll have to manage him on your own. I don't have time for that. Things here are a little bit overwhelming at the moment. Adding your useless father to this situation. Plus, there's the other problem. There was a long pause before Bernice asked, What other problem? So Bernice didn't know. Dad stole money from Uncle Will. Christ on a cross! How much money? Charlie scratched her forehead with her thumbnail. 100 million pounds. Bernice was silent for so long, Max was sure she'd disconnected the phone or passed out. But she hadn't. He can't be that stupid, she said, her voice like a whisper. We both know he can be. He is that stupid. And to steal from Will. What was he thinking? Charlie rolled her eyes. I'm guessing he wasn't. They'll be coming for you, Bernice told Charlie. For what? Charlie scoffed. I don't have £1 million just lying around to fix my father's fuck-up. And Dad has never given a shit about his daughters, so threatening us won't work either. But you're the only one, Charlie, who has ever been able to manage the stupid fuck. The Scotts know that. They'll use it. They'll use your sisters. Charlie began to rub her forehead. Can't you talk to them? She asked between clenched teeth. Charlie hated asking any of the family for anything, so she didn't. Until now. Me? That won't help you. Will and I are not exactly close. But if I were in your shoes, I'd let Will and all your Scottish uncles know, in very clear terms, that you and your sisters are not to be put into the mix when it comes to dealing with your father. Charlie exchanged confused glances with Max and Stevie. I'm not sure I know what that means, Charlie finally admitted. Figure it out. We are on an open phone line. Until then, how about we meet for tea? Charlie hated tea. Tea? Why? They could hear pages being flipped. I have some time on Tuesday, 3 o'clock, at the Kingston Arms. I'll meet you at the front desk. Just you. And please, dress appropriately. The call ended and Charlie straightened up. You gonna go? Max asked. Yeah. Charlie began to pace the room and Max watched her closely. What are you thinking? She asked her sister. I'm thinking about what she said, about dealing with Uncle Will. Charlie abruptly stopped and focused on Max. What do you think Uncle Will is planning? To get back his money, I mean. Honestly? Honestly. Max rubbed her nose. I think he sent over a bunch of guys to kill one of us and take the other 2 hostage, hoping that'll bring Dad out of the woodwork and get his money back, while showing the rest of the family that they risked their children when they fuck with him. But Dad won't care. He won't care if Will kills all 3 of us. I know. Charlie thought a moment. Do you think Will was behind the attacks in Milan and Switzerland? No. Why? That chopper in Switzerland. Are you going on again about that helicopter? It was military grade, Max insisted. Uncle Will is not paying for that. The fucker's too cheap. That's why I know that with 100 million in play, he's gonna do something. Personally, I agree with Bernice. He's gonna make a move. Of course you agree with Bernice, because she said we should strike first. No, she said we should let Uncle Will and the others know that we're not to be fucked with because of our father. I say we set up an opportunity. An opportunity to what? Fuck us over? Can I make a suggestion? Stevie asked. Charlie let out a long sigh, but it didn't relieve the tension in her shoulders, the strain on her face. Of course, she said to Stevie.
Their baby sister stood, smoothing down the front of her too big sundress.
"I say you call him up, Uncle Will, and tell him we want to talk to him. Someplace private in the city."
"And then?" Charlie asked. Stevie shrugged her shoulders and lifted her hands, palms up.
"If Uncle Will truly just wants to talk, then we talk. Tell him we don't know what Dad's up to, and everybody goes their separate ways. But if Uncle Will intends to use us to get at Dad, then we do what we do. I mean, if they're going to use us as an object lesson, maybe it's time we make a lesson of them."
Charlie studied her sister a moment.
"It'll get messy. Anything involving Daddy gets messy. Call Uncle Will, Max,"
she suggested while reaching into her oversized backpack, which was jammed with her notebooks, pencils, and pens.
"Or his eldest son, Dougie. Pick an abandoned building and tell them we want to meet on Monday. Give it a sense of urgency so they don't think we're planning anything."
Stevie pulled out the SSRI antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds that she used to manage her panic disorder and placed them on the table.
"You keep these for now. I'll go back on them later."
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure,"
Stevie nodded.
"If they really want to hold our father against us, we'll show them all, the entire family, what they're really risking when they challenge the MacKilligan girls."
Charlie reached over and pulled Stevie close, kissing her on the top of her head. Max placed the meds in a drawer for quick and easy access, while Charlie examined the table filled with all her baking.
"God, what are we going to do with all this food?"
Stevie leaned her head back and said,
"I have an idea for that, too."
This time Charlie's eyes narrowed. What idea? Charlie picked up the plate with the honey pineapple cake she'd baked and headed out toward Berg's place. She wanted to let him and his siblings know how much she appreciated their recent help, and according to Stevie, they'd probably finish off the rest of the baked goods, too. Besides, getting out of the house might ease Charlie's anxiety. Her baby sister might have a panic disorder, freaking out at the slightest weird sound or fast-moving squirrel, but Charlie was all about what could possibly happen. That was what kept her up nights, worrying about things she didn't really have any control over, but knowing that didn't mean she could stop worrying. Actually, she worried more. But maybe she could distract herself, at least for a little while. That's what the actual act of baking did for her, distracted her, calmed her. Now she was going to try doing the same thing by sharing her food with near strangers. It was, to be honest, the first time she could think of when she'd known people not related by blood or pack well enough to feel comfortable to offer them food. Charlie came down the porch steps and reached the front gate. She'd just stepped through, closing it behind her, when the rumbling of a souped-up car had her turning. The car pulled into a spot not too far from her, and she waited to see who came out while sliding her hand around to grab the butt of the gun stuck into the back of her jeans under her t-shirt. The driver door opened, and she watched the man who stepped out, her eyes briefly closing. How could Max do it? Of all the people she could have called, why him? And to bring him here, a bear-only neighborhood? Had she lost her mind? When he saw her, he smiled, and Charlie's grip tightened on her gun. She could just drop him here. She really could. But she knew Max would never forgive her for that. It could be the one thing that would possibly break the bond between them, or at the very least damage it so that it would take decades to repair. He stopped just as he reached the trunk of his car.
"Don't shoot," he said, still smiling. "I know you want to, but that'll just bring out my sister and cousins, and I'm sure you remember what happened to the last girls that hurt my tender feelings."
Using all her internal fortitude, Charlie released her gun and dropped her arm to her side. He laughed and came over to her. "Don't." But it was too late. She was already enveloped in big arms and pressed against an excruciatingly large chest. She held the plate with the cake away from her body, but she could already hear him sniffing, his body leaning over to take a ruthless bite. "Touch that cake," she warned, "and I'm taking your dick." Dutch Alexander pulled back. He was just 6 feet, but wide as a house, and all of it muscle and power. "You never like to share, MacKilligan." "Not with weasels." "I think of you as a sister." "Shut up."
"Is everything all right, Charlie?"
Their landlord, Tiny, stood behind her, eyeing Dutch. "I'm fine." She tried to pull away, but Dutch held her tightly. Why? Because he enjoyed irritating her. Always had. "Do you mind?"
"Can't I show affection to my best friend's beloved older sister?"
Charlie placed her hand underneath his jaw and unleashed her claws, making sure the middle one pressed against his jugular.
"I'll take that as a no."
Dutch released her and stepped back, which was impressive because Dutch usually had no concept of personal space. He was a touchy-feely guy who loved hugs and affection, which many found surprising when they realized what he was, what he truly was. But just in case Dutch tried to hug her again, Charlie took a step back as well, which was when Tiny took a big step forward. The 6'9" man thought to use his natural strength and size to intimidate the smaller but equally wide foe. Before Tiny could even flex his muscles, though, Dutch was next to him, against him. He sniffed his way up Tiny's chest, looked at him, then abruptly huffed. Twice. Shocked, Tiny took a startled step back, and Dutch huffed again, moving closer. Huffed again, moved closer. Then he unleashed his fangs. Fangs that could crush nearly anything. The bear unleashed his claws, but Charlie quickly stepped between the two huffing males and snarled, "I am trying to be a good neighbor. I'm not sure how one does that, but I'm almost positive bloodshed is not involved." She pointed her finger at Tiny. "So put those claws away." She glared at Dutch. "And don't you even think about doing anything involving your anal glands." Dutch grinned, his fangs still out. "Sweet talker." "Here, Tiny." She handed Tiny the cake she'd been planning to give to the Dunns. "It's honey pineapple."
Thanks."
Tiny took the cake and turned to walk away, but he stopped, looked back at Dutch.
"Honey Badger?"
he guessed.
"Hardly,"
Dutch said, his voice full of that ridiculous pride, his fang-filled grin widening even more.
"Wolverine."
Frowning, Tiny focused on Charlie.
"I didn't know you'd be bringing wolverines here." "Racist."
Charlie slapped her hand over Dutch's face, knowing that would do little to keep his big mouth shut, but she had to try. "He's just here to see my sister. I promise he won't cause any trouble." Tiny grunted and again started toward his house a few doors down. But as he walked away, he muttered,
"And I'm not a racist. Wolverine is not a race. Honey Badger is not a race. It's a species."
Dutch retracted his fangs and asked Charlie,
"You're blaming me for this, aren't you?"
In answer, Charlie reached up and slapped the back of Dutch's head, just like she did to her sister, just like she'd been doing to both of them since the first day Max had brought the little shit to the pack house. The wolves had not been happy. But the pair had only been 12, and the adults were just glad Max actually had a friend. Any friend. But, as always, it had fallen on Charlie to keep the pair in line, a job she did not enjoy. The front porch to their rental house opened, and Max stepped onto the porch. She threw her arms up and cheered, "Dutchie!"
"Maxie!"
Max ran down the steps, and Dutch leaped over the gate. They met somewhere in the middle, the pair ramming into each other before air-kissing and twirling around each other with their arms spread wide. It was quite the display, but nothing Charlie hadn't seen before. Over and over and over again. But at least Max had friends. Annoying friends, but friends. Charlie turned to go back to the house and get something else she could give to the Dunns. Maybe the cinnamon rolls would be a good choice. But a banging door had her looking over her shoulder to see the Dunn's front screen door on the ground and a wet, small bear charging across the street. A few seconds later, Berg Dunn came running after it, his arms and t-shirt dripping wet and covered with soap suds.
"Get back here! Bastard!"
The bear leaped over Charlie's low fence and disappeared around the back of the house. Berg stumbled to a stop beside Charlie. It's legal to have full-blood bears in this town? She asked. Berg's head cocked to the side, brows pulling low in confusion. That wasn't a bear. That's my dog. That thing was a dog? Yes, he replied, sounding indignant. A Caucasian shepherd dog. My parents breed them. Never heard of them. They're from Russia. They're trained to protect livestock from bears, wolves, and jackals. After a moment of silence, he added, He doesn't like getting a bath, but he smelled. Now you both do. Berg nodded toward a laughing Max and Dutch. Who's the dude? That's Dutch, Max's friend. He sniffed the air, sniffed it again, leaned in and sniffed again. He's a wolverine, she told him when she couldn't stand that noise another second. Oh, Berg blinked. Wow. Really? I've never met one. They mostly live their lives among full humans. Fewer fights. Speaking of which, I was going to bring you a cake. You were? I had to give it to Tiny. He was about to get into a fight with Dutch, and that wouldn't have ended well for either of them. Well, thanks anyway. I have some other stuff. You want to check it out? Sure. We better get you in there before Dutch sees it. She opened the front gate. He can put away more food than seems humanly possible. He's like a vacuum. The front door to the house slammed open, and screaming, Stevie ran down the porch stairs, across the yard, and over the fence without even a pause. Shocked, Charlie yelled after her, "It was just a dog!" But her reasoning didn't stop an already panicked Stevie. She focused on Max. Well, go get her. Why do I always have to? Oh, fuck it. Max charged off after their sister, and Charlie headed into the house with Berg behind her. Let's get your dog and... Charlie stopped, her gaze locked on the living room window. Isn't that your dog? She asked, pointing at the enormous animal wiggling on his back in the middle of the grass. It is. But if her sister had seen the dog in the yard, she wouldn't have run out of the house, leaving the safety of closed doors. So Stevie had reacted to something inside the house. Charlie reached under the coffee table and grabbed the .45 Max had holstered under there, putting a round in the chamber. Berg's "whoa" barely registered before she went through the house, her weapon clasped in both hands, her elbows out at her sides. She never held the gun far from her body. That would make it easy for someone to knock it out of her hands when she went around a blind corner. She stopped a few feet from the kitchen and glanced back at Berg. What are those sounds? He paused a moment, then rolled his eyes. He walked over to the swinging door and pushed it open. With the gun still in front of her, Charlie moved closer, but immediately lowered the weapon when she saw a group of what she assumed were her neighbors sitting at her kitchen table or leaning against the counter and devouring her food. I see your mistake, Berg explained, moving into the kitchen. The neighbors barely noticed him. You left the window open. We smelled all this a block away, a sow said between bites of lemon cookies. Did Tiny give you the right garbage cans? A male bear asked, remnants of raspberry Danish in the corners of his mouth. The right garbage cans? Yeah, Berg explained. Bear-proof. Charlie felt her left eye twitch. I need bear-proof garbage cans? Some of us get hungry at night when we're roaming around, another sow explained, but we're usually too lazy to shift back to human to get the garbage cans open. When we do get the garbage cans open, most of us are quite neat about it, the first sow explained as she reached for the ginger cookies. We put back in the cans what we don't eat. But some people, like the Hendersons 3 doors down, aren't so polite. But if you bear-proof, you'll be fine. Charlie nodded a silent thank you to the intruders before glancing at Berg and growling, Can I speak to you outside? Berg followed Charlie into the backyard, but he was a little surprised when she suddenly spun toward him, an angry finger pointing at his chest. You said we'd be safe here. You are. How can you... She stepped back to allow a hysterically screaming Stevie to run past her. A snarling Max followed close behind, with Berg's ridiculously happy dog after both of them. Say that when there are bears in my kitchen. Berg didn't answer her right away. He was too busy watching Stevie leap up and over the two-car garage behind the house. Max and the dog, sadly, had to run around the garage to get to her.
Wow, she cleared that easy.
"Pay attention to me," she ordered. And when she had his attention, she said again, "There are bears in my kitchen."
Yeah. So?
She threw up her hands. "In what world is that safe?"
Let's start with, how about no yelling? And you couldn't be safer than with bears in your kitchen.
"Explain that to me," she managed to say without raising her voice.
You're worried about strange guys coming into your house, killing you and Max, and kidnapping Stevie, right?
That would be the most likely scenario.
How are they going to get past a bunch of hungry bears in your kitchen?
She opened her mouth to reply, closed it, opened it, then demanded, "What?"
We scented that weasel long before he ever hit our street. My sister had binoculars on him as soon as his car rumbled around the corner. We are very protective of our neighborhood. We have to be. We've got a huge lion pride that way.
He pointed south, then east,
and 3 wolf packs that way.
Charlie suddenly glanced off. "I did hear roaring last night. I thought I was just really tired."
That was Craig, old lion male, retired Navy man, super cranky. He roars every night to let us all know where his territory begins and ends. And when the full moon comes, you get the howling, unless the wolves have had tequila. Tequila nights are noisy nights.
Charlie folded her arms across her chest and asked, "You don't find that weird?"
Find what weird?
"Being surrounded by lions and wolves and bears in my kitchen. That seems really weird to me."
Not to me, but I grew up in an all-bear neighborhood in Seattle. Lots of hippie bears. Lots of honey and pot.
He motioned to her.
You weren't raised by badgers at all? Because they usually keep close to their own.
She snorted. "We're not considered their own. After my mom died, we lived with my grandfather's pack. They protected us, but they didn't really—" She briefly struggled for the right words. "Teach us. That's not right either. They taught us stuff, just not shifter stuff."
What did they teach you?
"They taught me and Max how to drive. Of course, that was so we could chauffeur Stevie around to all her college classes and private lessons."
Oh.
"The shifter stuff they taught their pups, but they didn't consider us their pups. They just made sure we were fed and kept alive. And my grandfather was busy running the pack. I think he thought his packmates were helping us more, but they really weren't. Still, they didn't try to kill us either or chase us off before we were 18, so I considered that a win."
I guess. So, in other words, you don't spend a lot of time around other shifters.
I don't, and Stevie doesn't. Max has a bunch of friends through
the weasel.
She smirked. "He's the brawniest member of the Badger family. I would suggest you not fuck with him." Berg suddenly heard crunching sounds behind him and turned to see that the weasel was standing behind him, biting off chunks of meat and bone from a frozen, solid leg of lamb.
"Hope you don't mind," he said around his food. "The bears ate almost all the sweet stuff, and I was really hungry."
He took another bite, his wolverine jaw easily decimating what most humans and several breeds of shifters would have to thaw first. Charlie stared at the weasel with a definite look of distaste before ordering, "Go away. Over there." Without question, and still eating, he moved away from them. Berg was glad to see she didn't like Max's friend, especially when the first thing Britta had said about him behind her binoculars was, "Nice ass on that short guy."
"Well, now that you're here," Berg suggested, "we can teach you about shifter stuff."
"What do I need to know?"
"Can you scent the difference between a polar bear and a grizzly?"
"Don't all bears smell alike?" Berg looked off for a moment and took a deep breath. He especially didn't like the weasel's knowing laugh.
"No," he finally replied. "We do not all smell alike."
Okay. Don't get moody."
"But see, it's insults like that we can help you avoid."
"If you think it's necessary." Before Berg could tell Charlie exactly how necessary it was, especially if she was going to live in this neighborhood without broken bones, Clark McClintock walked around the garage, through the back gate in the fence, and over to the pair. "Hey, Clark." "Berg?" "Charlie, this is Clark McClintock. He lives on the next block. He's a polar." She stared at Clark for a few seconds, then asked, "Should I smell him?" "I wouldn't." Berg shook his head and again focused on Clark. "So what's up, Clark?" "Was wondering if this is yours." "If what's mine?" Clark turned around and showed them his back, where the quivering, sobbing mess that was Charlie's baby sister had attached herself. She was still human, but claws on both her hands and feet were buried deep into poor Clark's flesh. "Oh, shit!" Charlie immediately grabbed her sister around the waist. "Let him go!" "Safe bear," Stevie said. "Safe bear. It petted dog, so he is safe bear." Well, that was logic. Not necessarily good or sound logic, though. Charlie attempted to drag her sister off Clark's back, but she simply dug her claws in deeper. Clark looked over his shoulder at Berg. "Could you get this mutt off me, please?" Berg almost thumped the polar in the back of the head. Mutt was a rude way to talk about hybrids, but Charlie didn't seem to notice. Mostly he was sure because she was busy trying to deal with her sister, but also because she didn't know better. She didn't know she'd just been insulted. But he did, and it pissed him off for her. Pulling Charlie's hands away from her sister, Berg said, "You know what? Let's make this a learning opportunity." Charlie frowned at him, but after a moment she took a step back. "Now," Berg said, using his best professorial voice, "this may appear bad, and it is, but your sister still managed to choose well in this instance." Now completely confused, Charlie looked over at the weasel. At this point, he only had a hunk of frozen bone left, and he was gnawing on it like a chicken bone. He grinned around his meal at Charlie's questioning look and nodded. With a shrug, Charlie said, "Is that a fact? Please explain." "First, polar bear is always a good choice. It never occurs to them to react to anything. They just lope along." "You do know that what she's doing to me now hurts, right?" Clark asked. "Whereas," Berg continued, "grizzlies are fast to react. Chances are if she had done this to my sister, Britta would have shifted to her grizzly form and dropped back first onto the ground. But a polar, I'm surprised he even noticed. They're so slow and dull-witted." "Hey," Clark complained, "wait a minute." "They're also slow-moving physically, compared to grizzlies, I mean, and almost every other shifter. Ever. You and your sisters could easily outrun them, and you can easily outthink them, without much trouble, because they're that fucking stupid." Clark jerked around and pushed him, which pissed Berg off, so he shoved the polar back and let the muscle between his shoulder blades grow, making his shoulders larger. But before he could go after the big idiot, Charlie stupidly jumped between them, her arms spread wide to keep them apart. Had she lost her mind? She couldn't be that clueless to the shifter life, could she? Then again, he and Dag had gotten in the middle of a badger fight, so who was he to talk? Hey, gentlemen! She looked at both of them. "Stop it right now!" With her arms still outstretched, she pointed one finger at Berg. "And I don't need you to protect me from big, slow-moving assholes." "I'm not slow," Clark said, and when they stared at him, he added, "mind or body." "Ow!" Eyes wide, he stared at Charlie. "I think her claws are getting longer." "They're totally getting longer," she said with no obvious sense of urgency. "In fact, they can get so long that they can sever your spine in at least 10 places. She stepped in close to Clark, gazing up at him without any fear. "Because me and my sister are mutts, and that's what we do. We are freaks of nature, and we can erase you. So be nice to us, or I'll show you exactly what I can do to you." She stepped around him, stopping by his side and adding, "And you won't even have time to scream." Moving away from the stunned Polar, she barked, "Let him go, Stevie!" Stevie suddenly hit the ground, her ridiculously long claws covered in blood and gore. The poor girl was panting and sweating and completely freaked out. With her gaze locked on Clark, Charlie ordered the weasel, "Take her inside, Dutch."
"With the bears?"
he asked. Charlie scrunched up her nose, annoyed. "Shit."
No,
Stevie ground out.
I'll be fine.
Pressing her fists against the ground, she forced herself up.
I can be around the bears.
Charlie sighed.
Sweetie, I can be around the bears.
That slightly hysterical bellow had both Berg and Clark taking a big step back, away from the thin hybrid. Her sister, though, moved closer, and she laughed a little.
"Brave woman,"
Clark muttered low to Berg.
"You sure?" Charlie asked her sister. "I'm sure the idiot wouldn't mind taking you out for ice cream."
"The idiot you love,"
the weasel corrected, and Berg wanted to slap him, just once, back of the head.
"There's a great place a few blocks over. Sammy's Ice Cream Palace, only a few minutes away,"
Berg told her. But when Charlie raised an eyebrow, he quickly added, "A full human place. Lots of full humans. You can find the address on your phone. But I'd suggest using any water hose at any house to wash off her hands and feet, since full humans usually freak out at the sight of young women covered in gore."
"Excellent."
The weasel pushed himself away from the house and came toward Stevie. From around the corner, Max came running in, panting, with Berg's dog beside her. He seemed happy and entertained. She, however, did not. She started to speak, but the panting kept her from anything more than harsh breathing sounds. Max rested her hand against her hip and bent over at the waist. Laughing, the weasel went to his friend. He turned away from her, and with some sort of unspoken offer and acceptance, Max climbed onto his back. She rested her arms on his shoulders, and he held her with his hands under her legs. He started off, and Stevie fell in beside them. She seemed much calmer now, but who knew how long that would last?
"Is she going to be okay?" Berg asked Charlie. "This is New York. There are a lot of bears in New York, and Jersey."
"She'll be fine once she's back on her meds."
"Why would she be off her meds?"
Charlie didn't answer him, just walked back into the house.
"You know you don't have a chance with her, right?"
Clark asked about Charlie. Unable to resist any longer, Berg slapped the back of the Polar's head. He probably put more force behind it than was necessary, but Clark was getting a little of the residual anger Berg felt toward the weasel, too. Clark spun around, fist pulled back, but all Berg had to say was, "Don't make me get my sister." Lowering his arm and sneering, Clark headed back toward his street.
"Just keep those honey-stealing badgers off our territory,"
he warned before disappearing around the garage. Although Berg wasn't really as worried about the MacKilligans' honey-stealing ways as he was about what would make a very careful Charlie suddenly allow her panic-riddled sister to go off her much-needed medication. Chapter 9. The waitress placed a giant Viking boat in front of her sister, filled with what was called a banana split, but, to Max, looked like a wide bowl of useless calories, and Stevie dove into it like she hadn't eaten in days. "Is this why you're so thin?" Max asked. "Because you're eating all this crap instead of real food? You haven't gone vegan, have you?" Mouthful of ice cream, banana, nuts, chocolate, and caramel, Stevie gazed at Max. "Really?" she finally asked, chocolate and caramel already smeared on her chin and upper lip.
"Let her enjoy her ice cream,"
Dutch said between sips of his strawberry shake.
"And since ice cream is filled with dairy, doubt she's become a vegan."
"I wouldn't put it past her to become some hippie freak just to get under my skin." Stevie said something, but her mouth was full of banana split, so Max leaned forward and asked, "What?" She swallowed it and said, "Fuck you." Dutch laughed loud, causing the Ice Palace patrons to look over at them.
"The best part,"
Dutch explained while still laughing. "Was that you leaned forward to get that?" "Shut up," Max said. Then she laughed too. This was why she kept Dutch around. With all the shit that went on in her life, it was nice to have someone who saw the humor in goddamn everything. And she adored his family. They'd let her stay at their house any time she'd wanted. She'd hang with Dutch and his loud, ridiculous sisters, and their parents had been fine with it. Even Stevie would sometimes go to Dutch's house and spend time with the Wolverines. She never found them threatening for some reason. She didn't jump into their hardcore play, but instead would sit somewhere, working in her notebooks and watching the family interactions. They didn't pressure her to be part of anything, so she felt welcome and comfortable. There had been only one problem over the years.
"So Charlie still hates me?"
"Yes," both Max and Stevie said together.
"Why?"
Dutch asked.
"I'm charming, adorable. Everybody loves me."
Stevie swallowed her ice cream before replying. "She thinks you're a bad influence on Max." Max and Dutch laughed at that, but they stopped when Stevie continued to eat her banana split and stare at them.
"You're serious?"
Dutch asked. "Very. She doesn't trust you. She thinks you'll be the one who will put Max in prison." Max blinked in surprise, and she wasn't easily surprised. "When did she tell you that?" Stevie thought a moment. 3 years ago, over Rabbit, at a French restaurant in the Alps. We went on a little vacation when I had a slight breakdown. I went after one of my colleagues with a fountain pen."
"Why?"
Dutch asked. "I was under a lot of stress, and his tone when he was telling me something about some tests we had run bothered me. So, fountain pen." Dutch started to ask more questions about what Max knew he'd now call the fountain pen incident, but she bumped his elbow with her own. She knew that Stevie would never be able to explain her reaction to Dutch's satisfaction. In those nice straight lines of everyday storytelling. Her mind didn't work that way when she had her moments. Instead, Max and Charlie tried to keep Stevie out of those situations where she might feel overwhelmed. She could handle a lot more than normal people, but when she did crack, she cracked big.
"So what should I do?"
Dutch asked.
"To get your sister to like me?"
"Absolutely nothing," Max told him. "She'll eat you alive." Stevie dropped her spoon into her dish and sat back. She'd finished the entire thing. Max shook her head. "You're getting another one, aren't you?" "It's so good." She motioned to the waitress and ordered another, but this time with extra chocolate syrup, extra caramel, and extra nuts. When the waitress walked away, Max asked her sister, "You're not going to throw this all up later, are you?" "Are you asking me if I have an eating disorder?" "Yes." "No, I do not have an eating disorder. I have a panic disorder and bouts of depression. I do worry I might start hoarding at some point, but it hasn't happened yet. And, of course, when one needs a sense of control in one's life, it can definitely lead to an eating disorder or hoarding. But personally, I'm more worried about the hoarding. Mostly because I do enjoy food and I don't enjoy vomiting. Now, if you're wondering why I'm so thin these days, it's because my metabolism has kicked up again. I've had to adjust my meds accordingly, take them 4 times a day, which is unpleasant, but necessary because my system grinds through them so quickly. Thankfully, my doctors have really been on it, but they're in Germany, so I guess I need doctors here, at least until we can head back. Not that I necessarily want to go back. I mean, don't get me wrong, working at CERN has been amazing, but I don't know. I don't know if it's still right for me, but I could just be under a lot of stress right now, and it's probably not a good time to make those kinds of decisions." She glanced off, looked back at Max and Dutch. "Does it seem like I'm talking a lot? I feel like I'm talking a lot. I can't wait to get back on my meds. Tomorrow can't come soon enough."
"What's happening tomorrow?"
Dutch asked. Max silenced her rambling sister with one raised finger. "Not a word."
"Oh, come on,"
Dutch smiled.
"You're not going to tell me?"
"No, because you'll want to help and you can't."
"I'm very helpful."
"This is on us, and you can't be there." Max's phone vibrated in her back pocket and she slid out of the booth. I can't be responsible for protecting you.
Dutch reared back like she'd slapped him. When have you ever had to protect me?
Max pulled her phone out of her pocket and answered it. Hold on. She lowered it and said to her best friend, Trust me on this. Another mountain of ice cream, bananas, syrup, and nuts was placed in front of Stevie, and she'd already dug in before Dutch attempted to woo information out of her.
So,
he began. Nope. Stevie cut him off before putting a spoonful of ice cream and banana into her mouth. He dropped back in his seat.
Come on, tell me.
He began to wiggle around like he was still a teenager with what she was sure had been a form of shifter ADHD.
Tell me.
You never did listen to my advice about taking Ritalin, did you?
I don't need Ritalin. I have laser-like focus. Hello,
he said to a pretty young woman walking by.
Beautiful day.
Stevie rolled her eyes. Men, in general, were disgusting. She knew that. That's why she had very little tolerance for them.
Why were you never afraid of me?
Dutch suddenly asked. Pardon?
You were completely freaked out by those bears, and we won't discuss why you ladies are currently living in an all-bear neighborhood, but you've never been afraid of me or my family.
Bears eat people, she said plainly. Their paws can crush heads like I can crush a cracker in my fist.
But I'm a wolverine,
he announced, as if that explained everything. Stevie reached across the table and pinched his cheek.
And such a cute little wolverine you are, too.
He gazed at her.
The worst part of that statement was your weird little girl voice.
If it makes you feel better, I have always worried that one day I would have to testify in court because someone was rude to me and my sisters in front of you. No, Your Honor, I have no idea how that man's head got separated from his body. I blacked out. Dutch wasn't even there. I have mental issues, you know.
She grinned, and Dutch laughed.
I appreciate that you'd lie for me.
Of course. You're like family, which should be obvious because Charlie doesn't like you.
Dutch shook his head.
I still don't get that. I am adorable.
Of course you are.
He gazed at her banana split until Stevie said,
Just get one already.
I am starving.
When was the last time you ate?
Like 2 hours ago.
Stevie smirked.
That's nearly forever for you.
I know. It really is.
He motioned to the waitress and pointed at Stevie's banana split.
2 of these, please.
You sure Max will—
Oh, Max. Make it 3,
he called out. Stevie went back to her split and, in between bites, said,
You know what you can do for us?
Dutch, flirting with another woman across the shop, missed her question, so Stevie snapped her fingers in front of his face to get his attention back.
You can do something for us.
Oh, cool. What?
Get us a clean car, one that you don't really need to return to anyone.
A getaway car.
She hated using that term, but
basically,
consider it done.
Excellent.
I can also drive for you guys.
Stevie started to argue that, but she had ice cream in her mouth.
Don't worry,
he quickly added.
I promise not to get out of the car. I'm just better at getting rid of cars than Max is.
Stevie shrugged. Fine, she said, but Charlie's not going to like it.
Crazy.
He suddenly looked at her.
But you like me, right?
I tolerate you.
Which for you is good.
It's very good. Although the guy I went after with a fountain pen, I tolerated him, too.
Good to know.
Max came back into the shop and dropped into the booth next to Dutch. We're all set for tomorrow's meeting.
I'm driving,
Dutch told her, sounding smug. But Max snorted. Don't act like Stevie told you everything. She didn't. She just hates when I drive. Stevie pointed her spoon at Max.
Because you drive like a maniac. We're safer with the crazed wolverine.
Dutch winked at her.
See, you do like me.
Nope, Max corrected. She tolerates you, and that does not stop her from hurting you with a fountain pen. Stevie sneered.
I barely touched that whiny baby. I heard you nearly took his eye out. He shouldn't have made me mad.
Dutch put his arm around Max's shoulder, smiled at them both.
God, I missed you guys.
See, he's just proving my point.
Stevie pointed out to her sister.
Crazed Wolverine.
Deanne Smith, wearing a Tennessee Titans t-shirt and her daddy's old trucker cap, sat on the floor and warded off the blows from the plastic knife with her bare hands.
Good, she encouraged. Keep going.
Her mate walked into the kitchen.
Deanne, we have No!
He reached down and took the plastic knife from the small hand gripping it.
We have had this discussion,
he told Deanne, and the ball of energy glaring at him. He cleared his throat.
Knives are not toys or weapons. They are for cooking and eating.
That's not what Granddaddy says.
Ulrich Van Holt sighed and tossed the plastic blade into the recycle bin.
We've got to stop sending you to Tennessee every summer.
Do that and I'll walk there on my own.
Lizzie Ann Van Holt Smith stared up at her father a few seconds to get her point across before turning and walking away from him. Rick glared down at Deanne.
What are you looking at me like that for?
You know why.
He pointed at their 6-year-old daughter and whispered,
She's your fault.
I was never that arrogant. That's a Van Holt's trait.
Did you forget we're waiting? A voice yelled from the front door of their Manhattan apartment.
That's because you don't matter,
Deanne retorted while getting to her feet and ignoring another glare from her mate. Growling a little, he went to walk their guests into the kitchen. Why, she didn't know. They'd been here enough. They knew the layout of the apartment. Did they really have to keep all these airs and graces for a cat and a bear? Deanne looked over and saw that her daughter had put out plates, napkins, and utensils on the island in the middle of their kitchen.
What are you doing?
Deanne asked.
Being a good host.
The refrigerator door opened and closed. A few seconds later, her baby girl attempted to climb onto one of the stools while holding a platter with a sizable hunk of angel's food cake on it. When Deanne tried to assist her, she pulled her little arms away.
I've got it,
her daughter practically hissed at her. Watch that tone, Missy. I ain't your daddy.
Obviously.
Unable to get her ass up on the seat of the stool, Lizzie braced her legs on one of the stool rungs and the base of the island. Using all her strength, she lifted the plate of cake. Cringing, Deanne quickly placed her instep against the outside of the stool so it didn't slip, and, making sure her daughter didn't see her, she placed one forefinger under the plate and kept it balanced as Lizzie pushed it onto the island's marble top. Once it was in place, Lizzie dropped to the floor and looked up at her mother with those cold blue eyes.
Told ya I had it.
Deanne flashed her fangs, accompanied with an appropriate growl of warning. Lizzie hissed back. There were no fangs, but she got her point across, as had once been pointed out by Lizzie's extremely frustrated teacher, until she'd looked up into Dee's yellow-eyed gaze. After that, Rick went to all parent-teacher conferences.
Is that my favorite girl?
A voice rang out. Lizzie grinned and went around the island.
Auntie Sella!
Marcella Malone crouched low and opened her arms. Come here, brat. Lizzie Ann ran into her godmother's open arms, giggling when Sella kissed her on the neck and hugged her tight. What are you up to, brat?
Risking a good scruff yankin',
Deanne volunteered. Lizzie ignored her mother and took Malone's hand.
I have the table all set for you, ma'am.
Malone bit her lip to stop from laughing. Why, thank you.
This way.
Lizzie led her to the island and pointed at a specific chair.
You sit here.
Malone sat down as her mate and Rick came into the kitchen.
Uncle Crush.
She took Lou Crushic's hand and led him to another stool before she climbed up on the island, resting on her knees.
Cake?
She asked, using her best restaurant voice.
Yes, please,
replied Crush, one of Lizzie's many unofficial uncles. Already Deanne feared for any boy who came sniffing around her little girl. It would not end well for hopeful suitors. Lizzie held her hand out.
Knife, Daddy.
Nope.
He went to one of the drawers and pulled out a cake server, placing the handle in his daughter's pudgy hand.
This will do to cut a cake.
Lizzie stared at the cake cutter and back at her father.
"You don't think I could use this as a weapon?"
Rick went pale, and Crush's mouth dropped open, but Malone's hand flew to her mouth, trying to stifle the laughter and failing. "Are you here for a reason, Malone?" Deanne quickly asked, in the hopes of preventing one of those long lectures Rick insisted on concerning their daughter. Because, honestly, it wasn't like Deanne hadn't warned him before she'd gotten pregnant. Then Lizzie's lineage had been confirmed when the first thing their daughter did, her second day on this earth, was to bite down on the doctor's hand. The shifter doctor didn't even try to pretend that what Lizzie was doing was remotely normal, especially when she stared at him with those intense blue eyes while she bit down harder. It was all gum and terror. Of course, the situation didn't improve when Deanne's daddy took the baby from the doctor and said, "She don't like you, Cat. Get out." Malone didn't respond to Dee's question right away, too busy trying to keep that laughter quiet. Eventually, she cleared her throat and said, "You free tomorrow?" "Yep. We got a call. Someone wants us to take a look at something." That was vague. Malone wasn't really good at vague. "Something messy?" Deanne asked. "Not for us. We're just to observe and report." Report to who? Rick, in theory, was her boss. Orders usually came from him or his Uncle Van. They'd been working together for the simply named group since a few months after Deanne had been discharged from the Marine Corps, a U.S.-only protection team for shifters. All shifters, including the ones Deanne's daddy called the Mutts and the Freaks. Malone's international team, however, only protected the felines, Katzenhaus not being big on the canine or Ursus love. More and more often, though, they were forced to work together to protect everyone, but usually Deanne's orders came from Rick or his boss, Niles Van Holtz. But before Deanne could point that out to the feline in her home, her daughter said, "It's whom?" Deanne gazed at her daughter, carefully cutting big wedges of cake and placing each one on a plate for their guests. "What?" Deanne asked. "It's whom. Report to whom, not who." It took Deanne a few seconds to realize her 6-year-old was correcting her grammar. She handled that with a smirk and a sharp, "Shut up." "Dee," Rick chastised, shocked. Malone, however, burst out laughing, unable to hold it in anymore, and Crushik just ate his cake. "It's all right, Daddy," Lizzie replied, pushing a plate toward her father. "She just knows I'm right." Deanne reached over and took the plate of cake Lizzie had cut for her father, knowing full well it would annoy the hell out of her. "I still say we drop her off at the pound," Deanne told her mate after a few bites of her cake, again just to annoy her child. "She's still small. Someone will take her." "Yeah," Crush said around his own cake, "but they'll only bring her back." Lizzie narrowed her blue eyes on Crush, and staring at him, reached over and placed one pudgy forefinger on his cake plate. Then, without breaking eye contact, pulled the plate away from him. At that point, Malone ran from the room, her laughter filling the apartment, and Deanne followed, because she couldn't stop laughing either. Charlie was grateful when her sisters returned to the rental house with their next-day plans locked in tight and a 70-inch flat-screen television in the trunk of Dutch's car. While Max and Dutch set it up, Stevie told Charlie that their route was already mapped and they'd even stop by the location to make sure everything they needed was in place, which wasn't a lot, just a few extra weapons and emergency clothes. What irritated Charlie, though, was that Dutch was there for the entire discussion, which meant to Charlie he was now officially involved. Charlie didn't want Dutch involved, but he'd promised to stay in the car and out of their way, if that was what she wanted. And it was. As far as Charlie was concerned, Dutch's presence would only make things worse, and Max would be distracted because she'd be busy trying to protect him. So it was better this way. Also better, at least at the moment, was the new TV. Charlie was so glad Max had gotten it for them. It not only cut down on the arguing between her sisters, especially once they'd gotten the cable set up and found the horror channel, but it gave Charlie a chance to leave the house without her sisters noticing or worrying. Charlie sat down on the top step and tried her best to enjoy the summer night. There was just one problem. She had the worst migraine ever. So bad she couldn't even look up at the streetlight because it felt like looking into the sun. She removed her glasses and pressed the palms of her hands against her eyes. Then she wondered if her brain was literally rolling around inside her skull, because at the moment, that's exactly how it felt. So Charlie wasn't exactly surprised when she started hearing weird noises. Puffing. Air puffing. Why the hell was she hearing air puffing? What was puffing air around her? Charlie lowered her hands, opened her eyes, and saw the bear sitting right by her stairs. An actual bear shifter in his bear form. Such an interesting world she currently lived in. "Hi, Berg. How are you?" Berg puffed in reply, and unable to help herself, Charlie placed her hand on his head and stroked the fur. It wasn't soft like a dog's, but it was still cool to be petting a bear that she didn't worry would rip her arm off. Now, if she could just keep herself from throwing up because of the migraine, her night wouldn't be so bad. Berg and his brother walked home from the bodega 3 blocks over. The sloth bear who ran it was madly in love with their sister, so they'd been forced to stand there while the 60-year-old asked questions about her dating habits. Questions neither of her brothers were willing to answer. But he always asked just before he rang up everything, making what should be a 20-minute outing into a 45-minute drag. Now Berg just wanted to get home, break open a beer, and put his feet up. But as he neared his house, he had to stop and stare at Charlie petting the head of another bear.
"What's going on over there?"
Dag asked.
"I really don't know. She thinks it's you, doesn't she?"
"Probably."
"It's a juvenile black bear. Todd's not even 15.
Sighing, Berg handed the grocery bag over to his brother.
"I'll handle it." "You better,"
Dag said, continuing on toward their house.
"Because in 2 more minutes we both know Todd's gonna roll over on his back. Dirty little perv."
Charlie put her free hand to her forehead and closed her eyes tight. She should go to bed, but she knew as soon as her sisters saw her crawling up the stairs, they'd be all over her trying to help. But there was no help for migraines. There was medication, vomiting, and sleep. Oh, and carbs. She always needed carbs after she had one of her bad migraines. She knew what had brought this on, too. Everything. Her life right now was stressful, but this had been the first time in days when she'd been able to relax, when she'd felt remotely safe, despite the bears wandering around her house, eating her baked goods, and terrorizing her baby sister. And because she was able to relax, her adrenaline had gone down, and whatever caused her migraines had gone up. Now she was in complete misery with her migraine meds somewhere in goddamn Milan.
"Hi, Charlie."
Charlie opened her eyes and squinted up. She recognized that blur, but she put her glasses back on anyway. She gazed up at Berg and asked, "If you're there, who is that?" She looked down at the bear she was still petting.
"That's Todd. He lives down the street with his parents."
"So he's a child?"
"Pretty much."
Sighing, Charlie pulled her hand away.
"Go away,"
Berg ordered the kid. But apparently feeling a little sassy, the young bear rose to his hind legs and gave a short roar, which did not help Charlie's migraine. Berg's chin dropped and his eyes narrowed. He glanced at Charlie.
"Excuse me a minute, would you?"
She shrugged and watched Berg suddenly walk around to the other side of the house. Once he was gone, the kid dropped back to all fours and placed his big bare head on her leg. "You must be kidding," she snarled at the little bastard. But the kid wouldn't move, and Charlie wasn't sure she was in the mood to get in a fight with a bear. But then Berg returned, only now he had shifted. And he was huge. So huge her mouth dropped open as she watched him stomp his way around her house. He, too, was puffing and growling a little, but he wasn't running. He didn't have to. The kid stepped away from Charlie and went up on his hind legs again. But so did Berg, and he was at least a foot or more taller. Then Berg roared and Charlie winced, her brain making it very clear that it hated the sound by sending a searing pain to a spot right behind her eyes. The kid took off running, and Berg went after him. Neither made it far, though, because Berg swung out his front leg, slapping the kid against the side and sending him flying into the middle of the street, where he hit the ground hard, bounced up in the air, and landed on the other sidewalk. Charlie had to admit she found it kind of entertaining. The kid, unharmed, although Charlie was guessing his ego was badly bruised, scrambled back to his feet and ran off. But Berg turned around and trotted back to Charlie's house. He briefly stopped in front of her and rubbed his snout against her leg. "Dude, you're drooling on my leg." She scrunched up her nose. "Ew." Berg went back around the house, and a few minutes later returned, human and fully dressed. He sat down next to her on the step. He pointed to where the kid had been standing. "Black bear." He pointed to himself. "Grizzly or brown bear. Huge difference." "I see that now." She laughed, but immediately regretted it. Her head was screaming. She put her fingertips to her forehead and began rubbing, shutting her eyes. "Ow." "Hey, what's wrong?" "Migraine." "You don't have anything for it?" He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Does Stevie have anything for it?" "Stevie doesn't get migraines. She gets average headaches. Generic aspirin works for her, and I kind of hate her because of that." "My sister has over-the-counter migraine meds. I can get you that, and some Coke." Charlie stared at him, and he was momentarily confused before he finally said, "Coca-Cola, not cocaine. We don't do that because it would probably make our hearts explode. And it's illegal." Charlie thought a moment, shrugged. "Actually, anything that could possibly help this would be greatly appreciated." Berg grinned. "I'll be right back." She watched him jog off toward his house, and only one thought made it through the pain in her head. He's got a great ass. Berg returned to a wounded-looking Charlie, still sitting on her stoop. His sister had handed over an entire bottle of meds and a freezing cold bottle of Coke, as well as her recipe for managing her own migraines. "Okay," he said when he stood in front of her. "Take 4 of these and then drink the Coke, the entire bottle." Charlie opened her eyes and held her hand out. He put the pills in her palm and she popped all 4 into her mouth. He gave her the Coke and she drank half the bottle, took a breath and drank down the rest. "Now give it a few minutes." He took the bottle from her and sat down beside her. "You don't have to stay," she told him. "I know." He put the bottle aside and rested his elbows on his knees. "But I'm gonna." "Good," she sighed, resting her head on his shoulder. "I could use the company." "I'm sorry about your head." "I'm sorry I thought that little bear was you." "You have so much to learn, my child," he teased, pleased to hear her chuckle. "Do your sisters know you've got a migraine?" "No, and please don't tell them. They worry about me, and when they're worried about me, they argue more." Now Berg chuckled. "That's Dag and Britta, and me and Dag when we're worried about Britta, and Britta and me when we're worried about Dag. So I get it." "You do get it, don't you? It makes talking to you easier." "What do you mean?" "I've been with a few people, friends, boyfriends, who don't quite understand why I drop everything to rush to Stevie's side, or why I can't go on a last-minute getaway because the money I have is set aside in case I have to bail Max out of jail or, if she's in prison, bribe gang members not to kill her. If you don't have the kind of relationship I have with my sisters, you don't understand. But you seem to get it." "I was trapped in a very tight space with 2 other people for 9 months. When that nightmare is over, you either love each other or hate each other. We're lucky. We actually get along. We protected a set of quadruplets once who were actively trying to kill each other. Now they all have restraining orders, which just seems sad." "Very." Charlie looked up at him. "Do you 3 all own the house?" "We do. Together we had enough for the down payment.
Separately, we could only afford human-sized condos. We checked a few out. We couldn't clear the doorways. Our beds and couches wouldn't fit. And the showers were absolutely impossible for any of us to fit in. This made more sense.
She smiled. I think it's cool. The question for me is, how long will Max and Stevie be able to stay in the same house without killing each other?
As long as you're here, they should be fine.
Oh, really? She asked, her smile growing a bit.
You may not realize it, but you have a lot of control on those two.
I learned the hard way. Trial by fire.
Berg studied her face, noticed the deep frown had eased.
Feel better?
Actually, I do. Thank you. And Britta.
No problem. She loves helping migraine sufferers.
We're a very loyal group. Our suffering is kind of unique. It bonds us. She glanced back at her house. I should get inside. Make sure Dutch hasn't filmed my sisters beating the shit out of each other and sold it online.
Oh, is the weasel here?
Berg sneered, unable to help himself. Don't worry. Now that I'm feeling better, I'm throwing him out in 10 minutes.
Good. So, breakfast tomorrow?
She smirked. I thought I said no date.
Not a date. Breakfast. Meeting for breakfast. It's something you do with your mother, or an old aunt.
Charlie laughed. Sorry, I can't. Have plans tomorrow morning. She glanced at her phone. Or today. I've lost track of time.
Maybe lunch then. I'm free all day.
Charlie patted his shoulder. Night, Berg.
Good night, Charlie.
She stood, then disappeared into her house. Berg grabbed the empty Coke bottle and walked back to his house. When he went inside, his sister and brother sat at their kitchen table. Did it work? Britta asked.
It did, thank you.
He dropped the Coke bottle into the recycle bin. You like her, don't you? Britta asked. Berg faced his siblings.
I really do.
You do know her sisters are kind of nuts, right? She's great, but she's not alone.
You mean as opposed to me?
We may be with you until the end of time, brother, but we're normal, Britta argued. Berg walked over to the kitchen table and reached into the wild beehive his siblings had placed on a piece of wax paper before tearing into it. He tore off a honeycomb, ignoring the angry killer bees stinging his hand, and put it into his mouth. It was still warm and delicious.
You were saying?
Berg asked before he slapped at the bees now attacking his face.